Chapter 466. Early in the morning, Fan Xian returned to his manor and changed his clothes. After giving a few orders, he sat in the carriage outside the royal palace. By the time he arrived, the area by the palace doors was already unusually lively. Officials were gathered in groups of 2 or 3, and whispering about something. He lifted the curtain to take a look, and couldn't help but shake his head. It looked like last night's story had already become today's gossip. He was the center of the officials' discussion. He had not slept all night, and had been tossed about so many things. It was inevitable that his spirit was fatigued. He accepted a towel soaked in ice water from Tung Zijing's hand, and rubbed it hard on his face. The skin on his face hurt, as if it had been pierced by needles. His spirit finally woke up a little. He yawned, stretched, and exhaled a few mouthfuls of murky air before getting out of the carriage. As he walked along the bricks of the square in front of the palace, he attracted countless gazes and discussions. Everyone was looking at the commissioner of the Overwatch Council dressed in official robes. This was Fan Xian's first court meeting since becoming the Jiangnan Road Imperial Envoy. Logically speaking, the officials in front of the palace should have come forward to exchange pleasantries and greetings. For some reason, the officials' eyes were filled with wariness. They only watched from a distance and did not come closer. In reality, the reason was simple. Last night, the Overwatch Council had killed and arrested people. Although the people they arrested were all low-ranking officials, there were too many people. No one knew how many court officials were involved. Although these officials were shocked, they were immediately surrounded by anger. In today's court meeting, they were certain to report Fan Xian. Since it was so, it was not good for them to come forward and greet him. Fan Xian left in a bad mood. He felt that he was about to become a lonely official, who was spurned by the civil and military officials of the court. Although this was his own doing, this feeling of being ignored was like being boycotted by little girls in kindergarten. He was filled with grievance. His face did not show it. He continued to smile calmly and warmly, as if he did not feel the fiery gazes. When he walked to the palace doors, the guards and eunuchs guarding the doors greeted him. Fan Xian looked at the 2 eunuchs' ingratiating gazes, and felt his heart warm and comforted. He thought to himself that in this world, it was indeed the handicapped who were more caring. Tilting his head, he saw that the 2 leaders of the civil officials were pointing their noses at the sky, as if they were observing the sky to see if there was anything unusual. Fan Xian rubbed his nose. He was familiar with the white-bearded old man on the left. He also knew that the middle-aged man on the right was certainly the initiator of the literary reform movement, Hu the scholar. Seeing these 2 overseers of the Hall of Governmental Affairs treat him so coldly, Fan Xian knew that he had made too much of a ruckus last night. In the eyes of these people, he was already leaning toward becoming a powerful and treacherous official. Additionally, the Overwatch Council's abnormal actions had indeed created a bad influence on court politics. These 2 leaders of the civil officials would not be too close to him, the head of the Secret Service. But he didn't buy it. Forcefully suppressing the resentment in his heart, he moved closer with a mischievous smile on his face, and stood next to the scholars Shu and Hu. He didn't say anything, and instead raised his head to look at the sky in a strange manner. For a moment, the officials waiting to go into court saw a strange sight. The 2 scholars, as well as the wretched commissioner of the Overwatch Council, all had their necks straight and heads tilted up. They looked endlessly at the layers of black clouds in the sky, but did not say anything. They were only silent. After looking for an indeterminable amount of time, it was finally the easygoing Shu the scholar, who couldn't bear it anymore. With a cold huff he said, "What is Sir Fan Jr. looking at?" Hu the scholar also pulled back his gaze from the sky. Although the 2 scholars were clever people, they were not as thick-skinned as Fan Xian. They could not endure too many people's strange gazes. He coughed and didn't say anything. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Whatever you 2 are looking at, I am looking at." Shu Wu furrowed his brows and looked at him, wanting to say something, but then hesitating. After enduring for a moment, he still couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. He opened his mouth to reprimand. "Do you know that because the Overwatch Council has power, it has to act carefully and safely? Putting aside what your intentions are, just driving around Jingdo like a tiger or a wolf, How will the officials behave? How will the court act? You don't want the face of the world's gentry, but the court wants it. Tell me, you've captured so many yamen of the 6 ministries, how will they act? Putting aside how to act, the officials' hearts are all cold. How foolish. How foolish. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did he couldn't stop. On the contrary, it was the scholar who gave Xu Wu a meaningful glance. Only then did Xu Wu stop. However, he still felt bitter and hateful. He couldn't control his anger. Presently, Fan Xian was no longer just a teacher in the Imperial College. He was also no longer an empty prince consort, who could only roll around in Honglu Temple. Although the rank of the commissioner of the Overwatch Council was not high, he was, after all, an imperial envoy. Although Xu the scholar was now the head of the civil officials, it was still inexcusable for him to scold an imperial envoy so haughtily. Stop scolding, Fan Xian said with a smile. Fan Xian laughed and said, no matter what, you are still an elder. To be so fierce to my nephew, it does not look good to the officials below. Xu Wu was furious, but he couldn't scold Fan Xian's tired but respectful face. He huffed hatefully and swept his sleeve. In the court conference today, just wait for me to report you. Fan Xian's face was bitter. He raised his hands in greeting and said, as expected, elder, please take care of me. Xu Wu was angry, and also wanted to laugh. Coincidentally, the palace doors opened. With the crack of a whip, ceremonial music began to play. He and the scholar walked in first. It was a court conference. There were many more officials in court than usual. Even so, given Fan Xian's official rank, it was still not enough for him to line up in court. However, he now had the identity of Jiangnan Road Imperial Envoy, and was going to the palace to report on his work, so he did not need the emperor's special edict. However, entering the palace also needed to be lined up, so Fan Xian could only be at the back. As he stood at the palace gate, a cold and sinister aura seeped out, making the officials who walked past him feel a chill. Earlier, when there were a lot of people, they could still tie together and ignore Fan Xian. Now they were walking into the palace in pairs. The officials estimated that their status was far from Xu the scholars. They calculated the emperor's favor Fan Xian carried, and thought of Fan Xian's methods. They had no other choice. They could only quietly greet him each time they passed him. Toward Sir Fan Jr., whom they had not seen in a year, these officials did not dare to be too disrespectful. Sir Fan Jr., I trust you have been well? Greetings, Commissioner Fan. Fan Xian smiled and responded to each of them. Although he knew that he would lose face because of these people in the court conference, the vanity of being bowed in order by the officials at the palace doors was not bad. He had to make the best use of this time to gain some benefits in terms of face. He had gained the benefits in terms of face, but what he got in the palace was only sour fruit. Fan Xian stood at the very back of the line and secretly sized up the emperor on the dragon chair with a slanted glance. A wave of tiredness surged through him. Looking at the emperor's calm and spirited expression, he felt a bellyful of anger. He thought to himself, you sleep peacefully, but I'm about to die of exhaustion from doing things for you. Just as everyone had expected, once the court conference began, before everything had been properly arranged and the governors of the 3 roads standing below Xu, and the scholars had time to present memorials, the battle of memorials targeting Fan Xian and the Overwatch Council's actions last night suddenly began. Fan Xian did not listen to the specific contents of the memorials. It was nothing more than the old words Xu Wu had once said. The Overwatch Council did indeed have the duty of supervising the governance of officials, but it had been many years since an action like his, where he had captured over 30 officials in one night, had taken place. It could truly be said to have shaken the court. He looked at the governors of the 3 roads, and was not surprised to see Xueqing at the top. The Qing kingdom's territory was large, and there were 4 governors in remote areas, who returned to the capital every 2 years. He wondered with some curiosity. Last night, Xueqing had been watching by imperial edict in Baiwa brothel. Logically speaking, he should have entered the palace that night to report to the emperor. He wondered what the emperor thought of him. Fan Xian was truly tired, so his mind wandered completely. However, There were many things he could not hear even if he did not want to hear. The attacking words of the entire court continued to surge endlessly into his ears. Gradually, the crimes began to grow, such as looking down on the court, disrespecting morals, using national weapons for private purposes, forming a clique, and so on. In the Qing court, the Overwatch Council, and the system of civil officials had always been sworn enemies. Regardless of what faction the civil officials had, when faced with the Overwatch Council, they were always united. From when Prime Minister Lin was there to now when the scholars were at the head, as long as the Overwatch Council, the Emperor's secret organization, overstepped its bounds, the system of civil officials would band together and carry out the most powerful counterattack. Without question, Fan Xian had overstepped his bounds last night. Thus, today's court conference became the battlefield where he was attacked. What was different from previous years was that the military, which had always had a close relationship with the Overwatch Council, no longer maintained its silence. On the contrary, the two deputies of the Bureau of Military Affairs also stood out and secretly expressed their dissatisfaction with the Overwatch Council's actions. Even the Emperor himself probably did not want to endure this kind of pressure, much less Fan Xian, who stood alone at the end of the line. The atmosphere in Taiji Palace was no longer oppressive. On the contrary, it was filled with a kind of irritation unique to winter. With Xu Wu in the lead, the officials all went up to ask the Emperor to restrain the Overwatch Council, and at the same time make a final judgment on this matter. One after another, their words pierced straight into Fan Xian's heart and wounded his spirit. Slanderous water flew in all directions. If it had been any other official in Fan Xian's position, they would probably have long lost their minds in anger and jumped out to debate with the officials. At the same time, they would gather their remaining courage and pull out the beards of the imperial censors. However, Fan Xian still forcefully maintained his calm. He didn't say a word or defend himself. He only tilted the corners of his lips slightly, carrying a glimmer of a mocking smile, as he watched the stage of the court conference. Perhaps it was the smile at the corners of his lips that made someone uncomfortable to look at. It made someone feel that his son was too impetuous and arrogant. An angry rebuke came from the dragon chair. Fan Xian, do you have nothing to say? Fan Xian had been forcefully pushing away his drowsiness. Suddenly hearing these words, he shivered. Tidying his official robes, he stepped out and bowed. Your Majesty, last night, the First Bureau of the Overwatch Council summoned 32 officials for questioning. Everything was done according to Qing law and edict. There was nothing that went beyond the rules. Thus, I do not understand why everyone is so agitated. The Emperor smiled coldly and said, You captured 32 people in one night. You sure are arrogant. Is the Qing court full of corrupt officials? Fan Xian said seriously, I dare not deceive your Majesty. In court, he gazed at the officials in the palace and said seriously, Vermin crawl all over the ground. 32 people is only a small number. If your Majesty grants the Overwatch Council a special edict, I will certainly be able to capture more corrupt officials. The officials' hearts chilled. Immediately, disdain rose to their faces. They thought to themselves, what are you talking about? What is the court? The court is the officials. There are no officials in this world who are not corrupt. If you capture them all, who will govern the world on behalf of the Emperor and protect the people? How could the Emperor give you a special edict? As expected, the Emperor flew into a rage and gave Fan Xian a thorough scolding. It was nothing more than not seeing the big picture, acting recklessly, and sullying the Emperor's heart. Fan Xian was unhappy. Although he knew it was an act, he was still unhappy. He resentfully returned to the ranks. In the court conference, no one brought up the death of the second prince's 8 family generals, the death of Governor Yan's only son, and the eldest princess strategist Huang Yi being poisoned and vomiting blood in bed. Those people were not officials. Furthermore, it was a matter of the dark. No one would be so stupid. However, just the events of last night were enough to arouse the wariness and anger of the civil and military officials. Thus, even the Emperor had to appease them. However, the Emperor sitting on the dragon chair only coldly said, Concerning the assassination attempt on Fan Xian in the outskirts of the capital, How is the investigation going? The officials were silent. The official of the Supreme Court and the Minister of Justice stepped out with trembling bodies and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. Fan Xian had no choice but to step out and beg for forgiveness. After all, the Overwatch Council was part of the Joint Investigation Division. However, this matter was absurd. He had been assassinated, but he had not found out. Yet he had to beg for forgiveness. The emperor looked at Fan Xian and furrowed his brows. I heard that the last witness died in the celestial prison last night. Is this true? Fan Xian was stunned. He had not thought that the emperor's news would come so quickly. On the other side, the faces of the Wu officials revealed a deeply hidden joy and smile. They were waiting to see how Fan Xian would explain this matter. The emperor did not need too much explanation. All of the preparation work had already been done. The emperor was decisive. He issued the edict he had been preparing for a few days. The first part of the edict made all the civil and military officials feel a sense of disbelief, because the emperor had reduced the power of the Overwatch Council. The Overwatch Council's rank did not drop, but its power was greatly restricted, particularly the first bureau stationed in Jingdo. Although it still had the power to arrest people, it had made detailed rules on the time limit after an arrest. In particular, the transfer of prisoners to and from the Supreme Court had to be completed within 48 hours. In other words, the First Bureau no longer had the power to secretly interrogate officials in the capital. At the same time, the edict made a general limit on the power of the Fourth Bureau stationed in each province. As for the specific rules, Fan Xian would have to return to the council to draw up a draft and then submit it to the court for discussion. These two changes appeared small, but in reality, it was like a timer had been placed on the Overwatch Council. It made it inconvenient for them to do things in the future. Fan Xian listened to the edict. He felt disgusted, like he had eaten a fly, but he still had to step out and give thanks. The civil and military officials were pleasantly surprised. At most, they had wanted the emperor to issue an edict to demote Fan Xian, and at the same time, slightly restrain the Overwatch Council, and give the subordinates who had been innocently arrested a chance to live. They had not expected that the emperor would actually take action against the Overwatch Council. If this trend continued, the Overwatch Council's power would gradually be whittled away. Thus, cries of "Long live the emperor" filled Taiji Palace. The officials secretly thought that the emperor was indeed wise. However, the second part of the emperor's edict made the civil and military officials feel that although the emperor was wise, he was still too protective of his own people. The edict made it clear that the officials who had been arrested last night were not limited by the previous rules. They would all be handed over to the Overwatch Council to interrogate, and then handed over to the Supreme Court to convict and interrogate. At the same time, the emperor used this matter to fly into a rage. He angrily rebuked the officials in the palace for not being strict with their subordinates and letting down the grace of the country. They only knew how to form cliques for personal gain and were shameless. Once the edict came down, the officials were terrified and didn't know what to do. Because the investigation of the attack in the valley was not done well, the Jingdo guards were treated as empty, and the case of corruption among the officials in the capital, the right deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Chu Xiangdong, was demoted. The commander of the Jingdo garrison, Qin Heng, was removed and replaced by the deputy general of the Western Expedition Army. Qin Heng was transferred into the Bureau of Military Affairs. At the same time, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was replaced, the deputy of the Supreme Court was replaced, and the imperial censor writing in the imperial censor was replaced. The replacements were all the young officials who had entered the palace a few days ago. The officials paled in shock. The emperor's lightning-fast methods truly caught everyone off guard. If it weren't for the recent conflicts in Jingdo, such a large-scale change of blood would not have proceeded so smoothly. Everyone knew that the matter was not over yet. They couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the young man at the back of the line. A complicated emotion welled up in their hearts. Only now did they understand that Sir Fan Jr.'s sinister actions last night were just foreshadowing the edict in today's court conference. It has been very busy recently. The timing of the updates has been a bit unstable. I will report to everyone in the future. I wish everyone a happy weekend. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 467. Once the edict came down, the officials were in an uproar. Although the leaders of the various departments had not changed positions, there were more young officials at their side. They couldn't help but feel a glimmer of fear. Who knew when the emperor would raise up those young officials to replace them? These old people. Shu the scholar furrowed his brows and stepped out. He argued with the emperor for a bit. He felt that such a large-scale appointment of officials, without going through court deliberations, or having the Ministry of Appointments and Overwatch Council examine it first, was truly too rushed. However, the emperor had made up his mind, and did not even give him face. He lightly refuted it. This imperial edict became a matter that was set in stone. A change of blood was already inevitable. Qin Heng had been moved to the Bureau of Military Affairs. His rank appeared to have increased, but in reality, he had left the vital area of the Jingdo garrison. He was somewhat stunned, but he could only step out and thank the emperor. Other important figures like the previous deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Chu Xiangdong, could only helplessly accept this suggestion. The emperor did not look deeply into the matter of the attack in the valley. Otherwise, the military would certainly have to pay a greater price. However, the gazes with which the military generals looked at Fan Xian became increasingly angry. Everyone knew that among the civil and military factions, the emperor had adjusted the Bureau of Military Affairs and the Jingdo garrison to support Fan Xian and vent his anger for the attack in the valley. As for what other follow-up actions there would be after the court was dismissed, they would have to wait quietly. However, the military's days were not going to be easy. Among the civil officials, the largest number of officials had been replaced. Basically, they were all officials close to the Second Prince's faction. What was particularly terrifying was that it seemed that the 32 officials Fan Xian had captured last night would not have a chance to come out again. Fan Xian listened carefully to the edict. It was clear that the emperor had prepared this edict last night. After listening for a long time, he was surprised that he did not hear Yin Bingyun's name. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Even if the emperor wanted to put Yin Bingyun in an important position, he would not move him to another department. Putting aside the fact that this was against Qing law and the Overwatch Council's rules, if the emperor wanted to use Yin Bingyun, he would have to give Chen Pingping some face. As for Sir Yin Jr. being promoted, it was also impossible. If he was promoted again, he could only take Fan Xian's commissioner position. Fan Xian shook his head and thought to himself that unless the emperor was prepared to single-handedly flip the Overwatch Council over, he would not do such a thing. But Fan Xian was surprised to hear Qingjialan's name. He tilted his head slightly and resisted the urge to look at the middle-aged man on the dragon chair. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. Jia Lin was his student, and was now an official far away in a foreign land. How had he fallen into the emperor's eyes? And to the Ministry of Personnel? The department that he had been unable to interfere with had been promoted twice in one go. This kind of promotion speed was too fast. When the officials of the court heard Qingjialan's name, they couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone knew that he was one of Fan Xian's 4 disciples. He had only been an official for 2 years. Why was he being transferred back to Jingdo? Everyone turned their gazes toward Fan Xian, their gazes filled with caution and fear. Fan Xian felt a bit uncomfortable. The favor the emperor had given him was too great. According to his habits, after giving a sweet date, there would be a stick. He didn't know where the stick would land. Shin Chongwen has been transferred to the Imperial Censorate to be an Imperial Censor. He has ordered the Imperial Censor of the Left, He Zhongwei, to oversee Overwatch Council matters and assist Fan Xian in his actions. He is responsible to the internal court. The stick came really fast. Fan Xian abruptly raised his head. A dim light flashed through his eyes as he glanced at the young man who had stepped out to give thanks. The Imperial Censor of the Left had entered the manor? Although the Overwatch Council had always been under the supervision of the internal court in name, the Qing royal family had always strictly prohibited eunuchs from holding power. Additionally, Chen Pingping was too powerful, so the Overwatch Council was like an independent kingdom. To have the imperial censor of the left keep an eye on the Overwatch Council and report to the internal court, at the same time, was putting the Overwatch Council directly under the gaze of the royal palace. Fan Xian's back felt a chill. The fingers on his right hand trembled slightly. He knew that because of his identity, the emperor would not trust him as much as he trusted Chen Pingping. However, he had not thought that the emperor would act so ruthlessly. Before the matter had even concluded, he had already put a rope around his head and pricked it until it hurt. Who was he? Zhongwei. He was a Jingdo talent who had once been as famous as his student, Ho Jichang. He was one of his sister Ruoro's pursuers. He had first been under the crown prince, and then the eldest princess. Now he had become the emperor's student. Without going through the imperial examinations, he was directly selected into the court as an imperial censor. Because of his meritorious service, he had become the imperial censor of the left, and was responsible for investigating the Ministry of Revenue case. Not including Fan Xian, Zhongwei was definitely the most popular figure in the Qing court these 2 years. Yet, such a disgusting person like Fan Xian was going to become the emperor's eyes watching the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian grew angry for no reason. He was unusually angry. "Your Majesty." Fan Xian stepped out of the ranks and stood by Zhongwei's side. Facing the man on the dragon chair, he said in a low voice, "I have an objection." Zhongwei glanced warmly at Fan Xian beside him. Although each time he thought of being beaten by the other party in Fan Manor, he felt an incomparable anger in the depths of his heart. He still hid it well. His eyes revealed just the right amount of strangeness and admiration. It was as if he was expressing his emotions to the officials in the palace. He admired Sir Fan Jr. for daring to talk back to the emperor. The palace was already in an uproar. The emperor had an order, and the officials had to accept it. Other than old people like Xu Wu, who dared to talk back to the emperor, no one had ever directly expressed their objection and resentment on the appointment of an official. The emperor furrowed his brows and said, "What objection do you have?" Fan Xian raised his head and said expressionlessly, "The Overwatch Council does not need an imperial censor to point fingers." "How dare you?" The emperor slapped the dragon chair and said angrily, "The law enforcement is at the side, and the imperial censor is at the back. The laws of the country are clear. My decision has been made. How can I allow you to speak so much?" Anger rose in Fan Xian's heart. He knew he could not retreat anymore. Otherwise, if the Overwatch Council really fell at his hands, how would he explain it to that woman and the old cripple in Chen Garden? He straightened his body and straightforwardly said, "May I ask, Your Majesty, the Overwatch Council is responsible for supervising the governance of officials? It is overseen by the internal court, the Overwatch Council. Suddenly, there is an imperial censor. If this imperial censor is corrupt and breaks the law, should the council investigate or not? If we are to investigate, how?" The officials clamored. On the contrary, the emperor laughed coldly and said, "You have been clever your whole life, yet you are pretending to be confused. Go back." At Fan Xian's side, Zhongwei also insincerely tried to persuade him. But Fan Xian couldn't even be bothered to look him in the eye. He also didn't retreat. His eyes spun a few times and suddenly said in a loud voice, "I object." This was a bit over the line. When the emperor decided on something, how could he, an official, object? This was not a lawsuit in court. "Fan Xian, you are not Song Shuren, and the emperor is not a little prefectural magistrate." The emperor's anger was not kind. The beard on his chin trembled wildly. Pointing down at Fan Xian's nose, he scolded, "I want to see how you object." Fan Xian steeled his heart and said, "Naturally, I do not dare to object. However, I am only the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. The director is still in Chen Garden. Logically speaking, it is not my place to discuss this edict. However, I am the head of the Overwatch Council today. Whether I accept it or not, it is also a problem. It looks like I can only resign as commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Your Majesty, directly send an edict to the Overwatch Council. Resign as commissioner of the Overwatch Council? Resign? The officials were in an uproar. They had no idea how the court conference had developed into such a situation. They had thought that the emperor was using the Overwatch Council to clean up the court. How come, in the end, he was bullying Sir Fan Jr.? However, Sir Fan Jr. was indeed worthy of being an immortal poet. The pride in his bones was indeed not something normal people could compare to. He dared to use resignation as a threat in the court conference to not accept the edict. Since the founding of the Qing Kingdom, these officials had never seen such daring. For a moment, the sound of discussion rose in the palace. Other than the initial fear in their gazes toward Fan Xian, who was standing in the center, they couldn't help but have a glimmer of absurdity and admiration. Shu the scholar, and Hu the scholar could not continue watching. They both stepped out, one playing the bad cop, and the other playing the good cop. Shu the scholar scolded Fan Xian, saying that he did not know his duty as an official and spoke nonsense. Hu the scholar stood by Fan Xian's side and comforted him, explaining the emperor's edict in detail. In any case, Fan Xian just stood straight and refused to accept the edict. He also refused to do anything. This scene looked like a kindergarten student who had lost fruit on his lunch plate and was being tricked by two teachers. Shu and Hu the scholars then turned to beg for forgiveness on Fan Xian's behalf, saying how Sir Fan Jr. was young and so on. They guessed that it was rare for the emperor to encounter such a big nail in court. He was probably about to go crazy with anger. On the dragon chair, the emperor laughed angrily. A cold light shone in his eyes. Coldly he said, "Fan Xian, are you going to use resignation to threaten me? I don't dare." Good, good, good. The emperor said good 3 times in a row. Faintly he said, "You think I won't punish you just because I love you? If you want to resign, then I." The emperor had not finished speaking when Fan Xian was moved and thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing to go back to the Imperial College to teach." The emperor choked on his quick response and said angrily, "I will not let you resign." For a moment, the palace sank into a shocked silence. No one had thought that they would be able to see such an exciting show at the court conference. Everyone knew that the emperor's favor toward Fan Xian had not decreased at all. He probably would not give Fan Xian any substantial punishment. However, they didn't know how this stalemate could be broken. The officials did not understand why Fan Xian would be so angry and impulsive toward the Imperial Censorate asking about the Overwatch Council. If it was to maintain the Overwatch Council's power, given Fan Xian's methods, he had plenty of ways to do so in the future. Furthermore, the Overwatch Council still had an ancestor that had not made an appearance. It was clear that the emperor also did not know what Fan Xian was thinking. He furrowed his brows and said to Fan Xian, "Get over here." Fan Xian did not get out. He ran over with a jolt and moved closer to the dragon chair. His face was full of stubbornness and ruthlessness. The emperor lowered his voice and asked, "Are you going to accept the edict or not?" "No." The emperor furrowed his brows and said, "Why?" Fan Xian said straightforwardly, "I don't like his own way." The emperor angrily said, "Last night, you already made the court lose face. Do you want me to lose face again today? Get back here." Fan Xian sighed and retreated. Eunuch Yao stood to the side with a pained expression. Holding his horsetail whisk, he suppressed a smile. It was very uncomfortable. Fan Xian retreated into the palace. The officials on both sides looked at him with strange gazes. He was actually whispering to the emperor in court. This favor was truly cough. The emperor did not give Fan Xian any chance to speak. He also did not care if he accepted the edict or not. He directly nodded his head to Eunuch Yao. Eunuch Yao immediately used a duck's voice that was different from Eunuch Dai's and called out, "Jiangnan Road Plenipotentiary Imperial Envoy Fan Xian, come forward to hear the edict." Fan Xian paused. He lifted the front of his robe and knelt down. The edict spoke slowly. It did not mention the matter of the Imperial Censorate entering the Overwatch Council. Instead, it gave a general list of what Fan Xian had done this year in Jiangnan, placing particular emphasis on the matter of the Palace Treasury Transport Company. It praised Fan Xian's contributions to the national treasury, and also mentioned the matter of Fan Xian helping Governor Xue Qing investigate the governance of Jiangnan officials. The emperor opened his mouth and said, "I think that Sir Fan Xian is loyal to the country and should be heavily rewarded." The officials were silent. Although no one liked Fan Xian receiving another reward, the over 10 million liang of silver the palace treasury had shipped back to Jingdo was real. Such a large and solid contribution was worthy of an enemy's contribution. If it was not heavily rewarded, the court did not know how to explain it to the people of the world. Xueqing stepped out and added to Fan Xian's Jiangnan affairs. He was full of praise. Scholar who stepped out and also thought that Sir Fan Jr. should be heavily rewarded. Xu Wu's eyes spun a few times and then glanced at Fan Xian. Finally, he couldn't resist stepping out and saying, "Your Majesty, half a year ago, the Hall of Governmental Affairs had a discussion. Given Sir Fan Jr.'s reputation, knowledge and achievements, it was truly enough for him to enter the Hall of Governmental Affairs to discuss matters. However, Overwatch Council officials are never allowed to become court officials. The court had set the precedent. However, earlier, Sir Fan Jr. had intended to resign as commissioner of the Overwatch Council." The emperor coughed. Who the scholar also couldn't resist glancing at Xu Wu with a strange gaze, thinking that this old man was indeed stubborn. He clearly knew that the emperor would not allow Fan Xian to enter the pavilion, much less allow Fan Xian to leave the Overwatch Council. Yet he still held on to the idea the two of them had half a year ago. However, Xu Wu had already spoken, so he could only express the same wish and recommend Fan Xian to enter the pavilion. Fan Xian had heard of this matter in the council reports, but seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling surprised. He was not even 20 years old, yet he wanted to enter the pavilion. This was a bit too absurd. As expected, the emperor still did not allow it. He only had eunuch Yao finish announcing the edict. After listening to the edict, Fan Xian froze where he was. A moment later, he remembered to give thanks. He thought that it was indeed absurd for him to be a scholar, but the reward the emperor gave was also absurd. The Duke of Danbois. The hall was filled with cries of surprise and praise. Fan Xian stood there in a daze, wondering how he had suddenly been made a duke. Wasn't this even higher than the old man's? The emperor's stick was ruthless, but the size of the sweets he gave was also not small. He was only one step away from becoming a prince, an incomparably noble title. He tilted his head to glance at the awkward He Zongwei and wondered if he could casually beat him up in the future. Advertising to friends, http://mmchidian. commmmweb 1900516. ASPX Colored Glass Beautiful Demon. Thank you everyone. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 468. Fan Xian's original title was a first-rank baron, second level, while a duke was superior. In between there was still the rank of marquis. Given his present age, directly becoming a duke was truly a rare honor. Even he couldn't react for a moment. By the time the crowd reacted, they understood why. On one hand, the court wanted to reward him for his service in Jiangnan. On the other hand, everyone knew that the most important reason was that the emperor wanted to compensate his illegitimate son. The great prince and second prince had long been made princes. Fan Xian was only the Duke of Danbois. What did that count for? Thinking of this, the officials who had planned to stand out and fiercely oppose this reward all fell silent. This was a family matter of the royal family, not a national matter of the court. It was not their place to speak out. After Fan Xian's joy, he immediately calmed down. For most of the people in this hall, a duke was indeed a shiny golden word. For him, the power in his hands had long exceeded this boundary. Furthermore, the emperor had not given him a greeting, and had the imperial censorate squeeze into the Overwatch Council's sphere of influence. This was the problem that Fan Xian truly cared about and feared. Thus, he would rather throw away his previous description and pester endlessly than let the emperor easily stuff sand in. Furthermore, he faintly knew that the position of duke was the final destination he could reach in the Qing kingdom. Presently, the Duke of Danbois was a third-level duke. There were still 2 more levels he could climb. After that, it looked like he would have to retire at such a young age. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed and feel that it was absurd. He couldn't resist standing in the hall and laughing involuntarily. Everyone's attention was focused on the youngest duke since the founding of the Qing kingdom. Looking at his hateful smile, the emotions in their hearts were complicated. They felt that this laughter was incomparably ear-piercing. The court conference lasted until after lunch before it ended. This was because the official court discussions with the governors of the three roads had been delayed until later. The emperor cut the Gordian knot with a sharp knife. The emperor decided most of the matters alone and dismissed the officials. The officials had long been hungry. They all passed through the palace doors and returned to their manors. However, there were still some people who could not leave. The officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the governors of the three roads who had not returned to the capital in a long time, and the various ministers carefully followed the emperor to the royal study. Fan Xian followed at the back with a helpless expression. Just like a year ago when he returned to the Qing kingdom from northern Qi, there was still a seat left for Fan Xian in the royal study. Last time, it was because of Zhuang Mohan's carriage of books. This time, it was because of the countless snowflakes silver the palace treasury had sent over. Fan Xian sat on the round embroidered stool, feeling a little uneasy. The voices in the royal study discussing national affairs did not interest him. Government affairs had never been his strong suit, and he could not come up with any ideas. In the end, he could only play the role of picking up what was missing and making up for what was lacking. It was clear that the emperor was aware of his abilities. He also did not want Fan Xian to express too many opinions on national affairs, so he did not mention his name today. However, he, the newly promoted duke, still had a place to sit. Beside the emperor's soft couch, the crown prince and the other princes still had to stand obediently and listen and learn like students. Fan Xian felt good. He thought he could be considered the teacher of his royal brothers. The emperor and various figures discussed the snow disaster in the south, the situation in the north, and the auspicious signs in the garden. Then they began to put out the food. Fan Xian had been busy all night. The lamb slices and tofu pudding had long been digested. Hearing the food being put out, he couldn't help but feel his spirits rise. A sense of happiness rose in his heart, like a walk-on finally having a boxed meal. Accepting the food box the eunuch handed over, he ate without speaking and swept away everything. The main matters had already been decided at the court conference. There was nothing new in the meeting in the royal study. It was just that when Xue Qing occasionally brought up the Hangzhou Conference's excellent performance in the disaster relief matter in Jiangnan, the ministers in Jingdo expressed a glimmer of surprise. They had heard of the Hangzhou Conference, but they had not thought that the Hangzhou Conference would have such great wealth and power to be able to do so many things outside of the government's disaster relief. The emperor had Fan Xian rise to explain. Listening to Fan Xian's explanation, only then did Xu Wu and the others understand that behind the Hangzhou Conference were the ladies in the royal palace. In name, the leader was the Empress Dowager. No wonder the Hangzhou Conference had such power. However, everyone knew that the palace was only using the name of caring for the people. The one who truly did things and paid the silver was probably still Fan Xian. The emperor smiled and said, "The one who has truly worked hard is not Fan Xian. It is my Qin girl." The officials chuckled and said a few words of flattery. They even loudly praised the nobles in the palace, especially the emperor. The emperor looked at Fan Xian's slightly absent-minded face and furrowed his brows slightly. The great prince watched this scene from the side and said, "The princess is returning to the capital today." The emperor made an "oh" sound. When he looked at Fan Xian again, his gaze softened. He smiled but didn't say anything. He also didn't have Fan Xian return to the palace early. He only immediately ended the meeting in the royal study and asked Fan Xian, who wanted to return the most, to stay. The calming incense slowly floated in the royal study. Its color was not as milky as the white smoke. Its fragrance was very light. Only the emperor and Fan Xian were left in the royal study. Fan Xian felt slightly uncomfortable, because he didn't know what the emperor was about to say. The emperor drank a mouthful of bird's nest, and raised his head to glance at Fan Xian, indicating for him to want another mouthful. Fan Xian quickly shook his head. One cannot express one's will without tranquility. One cannot reach far. The emperor put down the bowl and slowly said, Do not be troubled or worried. Do not lose one's way. This was the explanation you gave to everyone when you opened that bookstore in Jingdo 2 years ago. Fan Xian nodded. The name of the Donbo bookstore came from this. However, Ruoro's sister knew his intentions and was different from others. She gave the explanation of drifting in Danzhou. Thinking of this, he suddenly missed that silly girl. He didn't know if she was having a good time in the north. I like these 2 sentences of yours very much. You should know what it means for you to be the Duke of Danbo. The emperor calmly looked at his most accomplished illegitimate child. Fan Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment. He then said seriously, express one's will and worry less. Correct, the emperor calmly said. You need to know what you should do, but think less about what you can do. A pure official? A lone official? In reality, the meaning was very simple. As an official of the emperor, one should not be troubled or worried. Fan Xian didn't know what he was thinking. The smile on his face appeared very sincere and relaxed. He opened his mouth and said, I understand. For a ruler and official to respond, the one who said he understood should be the emperor. However, Fan Xian had said it so clearly, yet it did not seem strange. The emperor also did not show any displeasure. Serving to the side, eunuch Yao's face was calm. During these 2 years, he had grown used to the emperor's treatment of Fan Xian being different. The emperor waved his hand. Eunuch Yao bowed and left the royal study. After a moment of silence, the emperor coldly said, as for the matter of the imperial censor entering the Overwatch Council, you will understand in the future. I know your heart is good. However, the matters of court cannot be changed by the hearts of people. Fan Xian knew that there were not many people here, so he couldn't make a scene or act spoiled or forcefully resist. He could only remain silent. The emperor then slowly said, it's still the same words. I know your heart. That is why I am very happy about what happened last night. However, I never thought you would be so forceful. It was a bit unexpected. Fan Xian's throat was a bit dry. After thinking for a moment, he replied solemnly, the river has not burst its banks. I will first lead the water away to prevent the people from suffering. The emperor looked at Fan Xian's face and didn't say anything. After a long time, he nodded his head in relief. However, have you thought about it? You have sucked out all the water, but there will be flowing water in the future. Who knows whether or not the water will once again overflow the banks. Thus, I thought that I would have to keep watching until the day the mountains collapse and the earth cave in. Only then would I know whether or not the water in the river will flow downstream or shamelessly break through my great banks. Child, you pretend to be fierce on the surface, but there is always a soft spot in your heart. The emperor's face became cold. He continued, in my life, I only desire 2 things, the world and the inheritance. If I don't see their hearts clearly, how can I let go and conquer the world? Don't move anymore and watch with me. Fan Xian was silent and vigilant, not daring to reply. The emperor's first words were full of warning. The Duke of Danbo could forever only be a duke. Yet he wanted him to keep watching with him, and also wanted him to maintain his calm, and not attack the second prince and crown prince's faction. This was another promise of a lifetime of glory and supreme trust. Also, don't waste time with Xiaoyi. The emperor stared into his eyes and said, Xiaoyi has done a great service to the country, and is a fierce general in the military. I don't want him to fall in these matters. Fan Xian froze slightly. He thought to himself that he and Governor Yan had formed an irreconcilable enmity. How could this be resolved? Besides, even if Yan Xiaoyi had done a great service to the country, his relationship with the eldest princess was too deep. Was the emperor not afraid at all? He finally confirmed that the person who had sent Eunuch Hong to break the situation last night was not the Empress Dowager, but the emperor himself. He grew increasingly confused. In the martial conference, what if the governor challenges me? He glanced at the emperor and asked worriedly. The Qing kingdom revered martial arts. If Yan Xiaoyi challenged Fan Xian in the palace, the emperor could not say something like that in front of all the officials that Fan Xian was a prince and could not be harmed. Yan Xiaoyi will leave before the martial conference, the emperor said. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, But the governor put his son's death on my account. The emperor glanced at him with a not quite there smile and said, "Did you kill him?" Fan Xian replied sincerely, "This matter indeed has nothing to do with me. I wouldn't dare to secretly kill the son of an official." The emperor laughed loudly. What a good wouldn't dare to secretly kill. Were the killings last night open killings? Fan Xian's face reddened and he said, "The ones who moved last night were all Jianghu people. It has nothing to do with the court." The emperor was silent for a moment, and then said, "The ones who moved in Yuantai camp were people from Dongyi. So I am curious as to whether or not there would be any problems over there. I want to see if Xiaoyi is a smart person." Fan Xian's expression was calm, but he was crying bitterly in his heart. 13th Wang, you've even tricked the emperor." It was clear that the emperor had made an incorrect judgment because of this wrong source of information. Yet Fan Xian could not, no matter what, warn him. As for Xiaoyi's problem, I must remind you that the military cannot fall into chaos. The emperor's gaze became deep and serene. He opened his mouth to sigh and said, "The Hu chieftains in the west are making trouble again." The Hu people in the west were making trouble? Fan Xian raised his head in shock and looked at the emperor's slightly worried face. For a moment, he was so shocked he didn't know what to say. 20 years ago, the emperor had led an army on an expedition to the west and had already killed the people of Shihu to the point of desolation. In addition, a few years ago, the great prince had led an army to sweep through the west. Why were the Hu people making trouble again? Furthermore, even if they did, given the strength of the Qing kingdom's military and the number of generals, the emperor would not be worried about the instability of military morale because of foreign aggression. Fan Xian had grown up in the Qing kingdom. He knew that when the Qing kingdom was first founded, it had been bullied and humiliated by Shihu for a number of years. The Hu people had always been a great threat to the Qing kingdom. It was only during these 20 years, under the powerful suppression of the Qing emperor, that they had become disdainful of becoming a topic of conversation among the Qing people. The emperor looked at Fan Xian's shocked expression and smiled mockingly. The Qing kingdom has suffered disasters year after year. Droughts and floods add to each other, and snowstorms arrive. Coincidentally, Shihu has had good weather these 2 years. The grass grows and the horses are fat. Of course, if that was all, the mere Hu barbarians would not make me so careful. However, did you know that before the Qing kingdom's snowstorm, the snowy barbarians to the north of northern Qi also suffered their biggest frost disaster in decades? Fan Xian furrowed his brows and suddenly thought of the matter Haiding Duo had once worriedly mentioned to him by the lake in Hangzhou half a year ago. Those northern barbarians had indeed suffered from a snowstorm. Countless cattle, sheep, and horses had frozen to death. However, the northern barbarians and Shihu were very far apart. What did this have to do with the Qing kingdom? The emperor said, "No wonder the northern Qi royal family dared to keep Shanhu in Shangjing and not worry about the northern barbarians coming south. Heaven is helping them. Those northern barbarians were frozen to death. Yet, because of Shanhu's many years of power, they did not dare to take the risk of going south. They could only go around the Chilean mountains in hopes of finding a way to survive. The Hu people live by water and grass. After half a year of migration, the northern barbarians have finally reached the territory of Shihu. Although only 40,000 of the 200,000 tribes survived, those who survived in the wind and snow, and on the dangerous path, are all elites." Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if the image of countless tribes driving weak sheep and horses, rolling up tattered tents, through the wind and snow, along the Chilean mountains towering into the clouds, desperately searching for a path to the west. Along the way, frozen corpses littered the ground and vultures cried out strangely. What a magnificent and tragic scene this was! What a great migration this was! How could Shihu tolerate the northern tribes coming over? Fan Xian asked worriedly. The emperor laughed. There was boundless confidence and pride in his laughter. Shihu has long been crippled by us. How would they dare to eat these foreign snow wolves? Although there are many more people in Shihu, after a few major battles, the two sides have still formed an alliance. Fan Xian sighed. If the Hu people truly formed an alliance, then the neighboring Qing kingdom would receive the greatest threat. No wonder the emperor was so careful when dealing with the military. Seeing Fan Xian's worry, the emperor calmly said, "What are you thinking about?" "I am thinking that this information is probably still top secret. However, a great battle will probably come. I am willing to charge into the front lines." Fan Xian's words were not fake or pretty. He really did want to go to the grasslands and enjoy riding horses. However, it seemed that no one had explained the internal problems of the court. The emperor smiled mockingly and said, "Don't think that just because you are a martial ace that you can lead troops into battle for military merit. Once a great battle starts, millions of people will kill each other. Unless you are Uncle Liu Yin, you will still have a fate of being cut to pieces." Fan Xian laughed bitterly. The emperor paused slightly and then calmly said, "The Hu barbarians are not to be feared. I have never thought much of them. However, since the northern barbarians have moved, the pressure on northern Qi has immediately lessened. I have no choice but to look toward the north." Fan Xian immediately understood. The emperor's gaze indeed moved faster than his. In this world, the only true enemy of the Qing kingdom was northern Qi, particularly since the northern barbarians had left. Northern Qi had nothing to worry about. Who knew if the little emperor would have other thoughts? In the end, the emperor slowly said, "Xiaoyi will return to the north in a few days, because the little emperor in the north has finally convinced the Empress Dowager to have Shang Shanhu rise again. The main camp is charging toward Yanjing." Shock flashed through Fan Xian's eyes, and he immediately restrained it. Outside the royal palace, in the black carriage, Fan Xian rubbed the space between his brows. He felt a bit uncomfortable. For one, he was too tired. For another, he had heard too much bad news in the palace. Just as the emperor had said, without a few years of rest, Shi Hu would not be able to pose a real threat to the Qing kingdom. However, in northern Qi, Shang Shanhu had returned. Shang Shanhu. Fan Xian's head hurt when he thought of this name. Although he had not seen the assassination on the long street that rainy night, he had always deeply understood the power of that famous general. Could Yin Xiaoyi go to the north to stop Shang Shanhu? Furthermore, Brother Xiaoyi had recently lost a son. He would probably gradually grow apart from the court. The emperor was not afraid that Yin Xiaoyi would go crazy and join the enemy. As for why Fan Xian was so wary of Shang Shanhu's return, the reason was actually very simple. In Shangjing, he had ruthlessly schemed against Shang Shanhu and caused countless of his subordinates to die wretchedly. In the middle of the night, a cry of "Fan Xian, the one who killed me," was probably still echoing in northern Qi's Shangjing. Furthermore, Shang Shanhu's adoptive father, Sir Shaowen, had been captured and killed by him again and again. In this matter, Fan Xian was Shang Shanhu's greatest enemy. Shen Zhong was only a minor character. For the sake of revenge, Shang Shanhu had killed Shen Zhong with a spear in that rainy night. If they actually met on the battlefield in the future, how would Shang Shanhu deal with him? Fan Xian thought sorrowfully in the carriage. There were so many enemies in this world. I just couldn't find a way to add quality to the replies in the new book review section. Whoosh. Everyone, forgive my stupidity. Tomorrow is Monday. Everyone has to work and go to school again. I wish you peace. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 469. The emperor had once said in the palace that if he wanted to use Yin Xiaoyi, he dared to use little Yin Xiaoyi. At that time, Fan Xian wished he could stretch out a microphone and ask him, "What exactly are you feeling?" What exactly was his mood like? If one had to look at a person's heart, be careful not to look until you bleed from every orifice. Until now, Fan Xian only had a faint feeling for the emperor. Logically speaking, he did not need to worry so much about the survival of the Qing kingdom and the life and death of the emperor. For the future of himself and his family, he had no choice but to do his utmost. This was helpless. The carriage left the South City gate. The four wheels bumped against the hard ridge in succession. Fan Xian, who had been in a daze, immediately woke up. Lifting the curtain, he walked out. As he yawned, he looked toward the road to the south. It was already afternoon. There were not many people entering the city. The city gate guards responsible for the city gates, and the soldiers responsible for defense of the Jingdo garrison, were carrying out their daily work with boredom. Suddenly, they saw a black carriage arrive at the city gate under the protection of a dozen Overwatch Council officials. Everyone's hearts jumped. Looking at the yawning young official under the carriage, everyone immediately guessed his identity. The commander of the Tiannan City Gate Guards had received the news and quickly ran over. He brought a long bench and offered Fan Xian hot tea. Fan Xian did not stand on ceremony. Holding the teacup, he gulped it down in large gulps. Before long, the figure of a group of carriages appeared at the end of the road. Following the row of wild trees on the horizon, they gradually came closer and closer. In a moment they had arrived in front of the city gate. Fan Xian went up to welcome them. The group of carriages stopped. Gauda and 7 other tiger guards stepped out of the carriage, as well as a group of 6 bureau swordsmen. With a swish, they knelt on the ground and bowed to him. Fan Xian waved his hand and had them rise. He couldn't help saying a few warm words of praise, but his feet did not stop. He climbed directly into the carriage in the middle. Lifting the curtain, he saw Wana holding a blue cloth bag and dozing off. Her long eyelashes rested peacefully on her pale skin. A lock of bangs fell peacefully on her forehead, hiding a girl's tiredness. Fan Xian didn't want to wake her up. He just sat by her side and took the blue cloth bag from her arms. At the same time, he glanced at the person opposite him with confusion. Cece, who was sitting across from him, blinked her eyes and said in a small voice, "We did it for a long time last night. Our spirits aren't very good today." Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything more. He signaled for the carriages to enter the city. He only reminded Gauda and the others in a quiet voice to be careful when they entered the city gate ridge, and not wake the person in the carriage. The carriage passed through half the streets of Jingdo, and came to a quiet street in the south of the city. It stopped in front of the main gate of Fan Manor. The carriage stopped, and Wanner woke up in a daze. She subconsciously hugged the arm next to her and rubbed against it. She felt a warmth that she hadn't felt for a long time return to her side. She snuggled deeper into the warmer embrace. But she woke up immediately. The girl jumped in fright and jumped up. Only then did she realize that beside her was Fan Xian, who had already fallen asleep. She put her heart back into her stomach. Looking at the familiar face that she had not seen in a long time, she couldn't resist smiling innocently and sticking out her tongue. Clap, 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 clap. A string of noisy firecrackers rang out and startled Fan Xian out of his dreams. He grumbled angrily and pulled his arm back to find that he was hugging empty air. Puzzled, he opened his eyes to look and saw his wife curled up in the corner of the chair, looking at him. Earlier, Wanner had stared at Fan Xian in a daze. A moment later, she realized that Cece was also across from him. She also discovered that Fan Xian had been startled awake by the firecrackers. For a moment, she felt very awkward and blushed. Fan Xian gazed at his wife and smiled. With one hand holding the blue cloth bundle, he led her out of the carriage. He didn't say anything in detail. On the contrary, he grumbled. "Which manor is getting a new bride? Why is it so lively?" Wanner covered her mouth and smiled. Pointing at the main gate of Fan Manor, she said, "I also think it's strange. It's our family that is setting off firecrackers. I wonder what joyous event it is." At this time, Cece also came down with her small bundle. Looking at the busy scene of people coming and going in front of the main gate of Fan Manor, red lanterns hanging high, and firecrackers exploding, she also jumped in fright. With a cry, she said in a loud voice, "Young master, young mistress, are you welcoming us back from Jiangnan?" The group of carriages stopped in front of Fan Manor's gate. Fan Xian looked at this scene with curiosity. He couldn't resist grabbing Zheng Kuo, who had come out of the manor to welcome him, and asked, "Sir Zheng, what is going on?" Zheng Kuo laughed and said, "Young master, you have been made the Duke of Donbua today. This is a joyous occasion. Countless people from various departments and pavilions have come to congratulate you. At this moment, they are all waiting in the manor for your return. Of course, we have to properly celebrate such a glorious event." Fan Xian paused. Only now did he remember that he had become a duke. Raising his head to look at the red cloth hanging on the Fan Manor's plaque, he couldn't resist smiling bitterly. Lin Wanner glanced at him in shock and asked, "Husband, you have been made a duke?" Fan Xian nodded. Hearing these words, Lin Wanner's brows were full of joy. Even Cece, who was beside her, could not escape. She was very happy. After all, in this world, these things were always important. For an official to be made a duke at Fan Xian's age, no matter where it was placed, it was a particularly glorious matter. Along the way, there were officials who came forward to congratulate and bow. Fan Xian hurriedly returned the greeting. He could only have the wife of the Tung family come out and first take Cece and the serving girls into the inner manor. The faces of the servants of the Fan Manor were full of joy. They continuously knelt and kowtowed toward Fan Xian. Reward, reward. Along the way, there were rewards given out. Fan Xian did not feel any pain. However, he felt that there was no need to be so happy. Even and Cece were so happy. If his sister was home, who knew if she would also be overjoyed? After finally tidying up everything and properly seeing off the guests, the Fan Manor finally gathered in the flower hall in the garden. Lady Lu sat by Fan Jian's side. Her brows were also full of smiles. Cece had just returned to the Fan Manor when she was given the glorious task of arranging the banquet. In the past, this task had always been the responsibility of Lady Lu, who was not an official member of the family. This meant that the Fan Manor had already acknowledged Cece's position. Fan Jian said a few words to his subordinate son and wife, and then talked about Cece's matter. In any case, it had already been done in Danzhou. With the old ancestor's approval, he, as the master of the Fan Manor, would not say anything more. After the banquet was prepared, there were no other people in the flower hall. Fan Xizha, who had been cooped up at home, finally ran out. He first greeted his sister-in-law, and then sat by Fan Xian's side, shamelessly asking for a favor. Wanner was startled. Wasn't her brother-in-law in Northern Qi? Why did he sneak back? Fan Xian opened his mouth to scold. It's just a lousy title of nobility. Is it worth it for you to be so greedy? Fan Xizha shrunk his neck and said, You don't really care. How many dukes are there in this world? Fan Xian smiled and said, But you don't need to ask for a reward from me. Do you think you're lacking in silver? I think in another 2 years, Father and I will have to stretch out our hands to ask you for money. Fan Xizha chuckled and said, Even silver can't buy Big Brother's reputation. In the future, you will be a prince. When will you think of a way to get me a title of nobility? Fan Xian paused. Only now did he remember that after the Baiyue brothel incident last autumn, Fan Xizha had been issued an arrest warrant by the Ministry of Justice. The title of nobility he had received since he was a child had been removed. Hearing the word prince, Fan Xian still felt a little strange. He and his father met each other's eyes. They both understood the judgment in each other's hearts. Given Fan Xian's identity, being a first-rate duke was the limit. No matter what, he could not become a prince. Unless something happened in the future. The banquet immediately became silent. Fan Xizha also knew that there was something wrong with what he said, and didn't dare say anything else. Wanner looked at this scene and smiled charmingly. She said to her brother-in-law, Since you're back, don't be in such a hurry to leave. After dinner, play a few more rounds with father and mother. Once Fan Xizha heard that he was going to play mahjong, and it was his sister-in-law who had suggested it, he immediately perked up. He had not met a match at the mahjong table in Northern Qi for more than a year. Tonight, he was going to play against his sister-in-law, the second best in the world. He was very excited. The next few days were peaceful. There were not many stories to tell. The second prince's faction was beaten until everyone was panicking. The eldest princess sat calmly in the palace, thinking about something. Fan Xian only occasionally thought of the crown prince's strange behavior in Baiyue brothel, and became very confused. This crown prince was the rightful heir to the throne of Qing Kingdom. Naturally, the method he chose to respond was the best one. However, looking at the way the situation was going, where did his confidence come from? Fan Xian couldn't figure this out. Fan Jian also didn't figure it out. The crown prince dared to watch so coldly from the sidelines, unless he had a powerful helper in his hands. However, the eldest princess, who had originally supported him, had long been exposed by Fan Xian to her relationship with the second prince. What right did the crown prince have to believe the eldest princess' words again? Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He still had to return to Jiangnan next spring. After the new year, there were places like Chun Garden, King Jing's Manor, and the Great Prince's Manor that he had to visit. Thus, taking advantage of the few days before the new year, Fan Xian didn't go to the Overwatch Council or enter the palace. He just stayed obediently in the Fan Manor, being filial to his father, whom he hadn't seen in a year, and disciplining his brother, who had been in the north for a long time. The atmosphere of a family reunion was not bad. However, it was missing Ruoruo and the old ancestor of Danzhou. At one time, Fan Xian had once privately said to his father that his grandmother had not seen Xija for a long time. Should he find a time for Xija to return to Danzhou? Fan Jian thought about it. It was indeed reasonable, so he let Fan Xian make the arrangements. Just as the situation was developing in a peaceful manner, on the 28th of the 12th month, an uninvited guest came to the Fan Manor. This guest was Northern Qi's envoy to the Qing kingdom. His identity was a bit sensitive, but he had specially reported to the office of the Grand Herald before coming to the front door of the Fan Manor. Everyone in the Fan Manor felt it was strange, but they could only open the front door to welcome him. This envoy was very respectful to Fan Xian and represented the Northern Qi court in conveying their condolences to Fan Xian. He said that regarding the attack in the valley, the Northern Qi people felt the same and deeply felt injustice for Sir Fan Jr. After putting down a large pile of gifts, the envoy left the manor, leaving only Fan Jian and Fan Xian looking at each other stupidly. That night, someone from the office of the Grand Herald of the Qing Kingdom came. A eunuch from the internal court also came to explain to Fan Xian why the Northern Qi envoy had come to visit. The news of Fan Xian's assassination had already reached Northern Qi. For some reason, the Northern Qi emperor had personally written a private letter and asked someone to send it to the Qing emperor. He expressed his concern about Fan Xian's assassination and expressed hidden criticism of the Qing court for not paying attention to Fan Xian's personal safety. Hearing these words, Fan Xian looked at the eunuch and the vice minister of the office of the Grand Herald and sucked in a breath of cold air. He opened his mouth and cursed, wrinkling a pond of spring water, none of their *king business. The vice minister of the office of the Grand Herald and the eunuch looked at each other awkwardly. We all understand what the Northern Qi people are thinking. Sir Fan Jr., there is no need to be so angry. What use is such a dirty trick? The eunuch also said with a sinister smile, if they want to give you gifts, just accept them. After seeing the two of them out of the manor, Fan Xian hurried into the study and asked his father, what exactly do the Northern Qi people want? Do they have the right to express concern about this matter? Fan Jian forced a smile and said, there is something I've always forgotten to tell you. The emperor also seems to have forgotten about this. When you went to Northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, didn't you promise their emperor in the royal palace in Shangjing that when you had time, you would go to their imperial college to give a lecture? Fan Xian thought about it seriously. It seemed that there really was such a thing, but he didn't seem to have agreed. Fan Jian sighed and said, when you went to Jiangnan, the Northern Qi people sent a document to the office of the Grand Herald, saying they wanted to hire you as a visiting professor at the imperial college in Shangjing. The emperor only thought the little emperor was bored and didn't think much of it. Who would have thought that the Northern Qi people were waiting here? Now that you are a visiting professor at the Imperial College in Shangjing and have been assassinated in the Qing Kingdom, it seems reasonable for them to express concern and anger. Fan Xian said angrily and bitterly, what good does it do for them to play tricks on me at this time? Fan Jian raised his head and glanced at his son. He shook his head and said, although it is a crude method, and someone with some brains wouldn't believe this kind of provocation, your shady dealings with the Northern Qi people in Jiangnan cannot be hidden forever. After accumulating and destroying them, who knows whether or not the emperor will suspect you in the future? They only need to send some gifts, bring a few words, and lose some face. Then they can take root in your throat. This kind of business is very profitable. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and felt great anger. The valley attack. Yet the little emperor of northern Qi has unexpectedly caused trouble. It looks like the court will not continue investigating. Fan Jian glanced at him and smiled bitterly. Originally, the emperor didn't want to investigate. Now that there is such a useful reason, how can he bear to not use it? Fan Xian also smiled bitterly. A moment later, he said seriously to his father, "Father, on the first day of the year, I want to enter the ancestral hall." Fan Jian was not very surprised. From the moment the emperor had officially granted Fan Xian the title of Duke of Danbua, he had understood the emperor's thoughts. He only calmly said, "I want to enter the palace and ask clearly about this matter." To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.qdian.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 470. Just as the people in Baiwa brothel had once said, Jingdo had been peaceful for a year. The biggest reason was because Fan Xian had been exiled to Jiangnan for an entire year. Following Fan Xian's return to the capital, the peaceful Jingdo could no longer maintain its apparent calm. For one, he just so happened to be at the point of conflict between various powers. For another, his style of doing things was completely different from that of a so-called immortal poet. It was even much more ruthless than the style of most of the nobles in the Qing kingdom. The attack in the valley, the assassination in the night in Jingdo, the silent deaths of certain people, and the humiliating imprisonment of certain officials, made the nobles in Jingdo once again deeply feel Fan Xian's power and determination. It made them understand that Sir Fan Jr. had been raised in the spring sunshine of Jiangnan for a year, but it had not made his personality much gentler. After Fan Xian returned to the capital, shocking things happened one after another. The most recent thing was that the Northern Qi court had shamelessly come over and shamelessly expressed their love for Fan Xian. With unusual disgust, they criticized the Qing court for not protecting Sir Fan Jr.'s safety. Everyone in Jingdo found this absurd and angry. To put it another way, this was Qing domestic politics. When was it the place for rotten Northern Qi scholars to speak up? However, the Northern Qi people had spoken up, and they had spoken up particularly loudly. In an instant, Fan Xian was pushed to the heart of the struggle. Although the clever people did not believe that he had any shameful collusion with Northern Qi, because Northern Qi's methods were too childish, the nobles and common people of the Qing kingdom still felt uncomfortable in their hearts. The gazes they turned toward the Fan manor were complicated. The storm of this matter had not calmed. In just 2 days, on the first day of the new year, the entire Jingdo became fearful because of another matter related to the Fan manor. There was not a glimmer of light in the sky. Fan Xian sat in the carriage and rubbed his slightly sore eyes. He thought to himself, is there a need to be so sneaky about paying respects to the ancestors? Yesterday was New Year's Eve, and the whole family played mahjong through the night. After Fan Xizha and Lin Wen'er divided up the family's assets, the mahjong game ended, and the whole family immediately got on the carriage and left the manor. Along the way, there were carriages from the other branches of the Fan clan converging together. Although each branch was calm, such a long line of carriages did indeed appear to be rather large. Fan Xian felt a faint excitement and nervousness in his heart. This was the first time he was paying respects to the ancestors, so he didn't know it should be at the 5th watch. Last year, when Fan Manor paid respects to the ancestors, he and Wanner had stayed in the garden. He vaguely remembered that it should have been in the afternoon. He glanced at the sleeping Xizha beside him, and couldn't resist shaking his head with a smile. In his own carriage, presumably no yamen in the Qing kingdom would be blind enough to search for Xizha, this criminal. Thinking that he could finally enter the ancestral hall today, the smile on his face never faded. He did not know how his father had negotiated with the emperor when he entered the palace, but in the end, it was clear that the emperor had helplessly nodded, and the empress dowager had maintained her silence. Speaking of which, since the royal family could not give him a title, did they want him to never have a reliable surname for the rest of his life? Fan Xian smiled coldly. In reality, he could guess the outcome of his father's negotiations with the emperor. The emperor had made him the Duke of Donbois. In his opinion, he had already given enough of an explanation. Furthermore, given the situation at hand, the emperor did indeed need Fan Xian to clarify his identity, to prevent his son's fight for the family property from becoming more complicated. The Overwatch Council's reduction of power was far from enough. If Fan Xian wanted to continue walking the path of a powerful official, the first thing he had to do was remove himself from the ranks of the princes. The carriages traveled for an indeterminable amount of time and waited for a while outside the city gates. When the gates opened, they drove out under the soldiers' unconcerned gazes. Following the official road all the way west, they finally entered the country estate that Fan Xian had once visited, the Fan clan's ancestral property. Over 30 carriages lined up and stopped on the dam outside the ancestral hall. The people of the country estate had long come to receive them. It was like this every year. They had all become skilled workers. Temporary bamboo shelters for the women to sit in had long been put up. Lady Lu, Wan Sisi, and the elders and women of the other branches had all been received into the courtyard to rest. The present leader of the Fan clan, Minister of Revenue Fan Jian, stood at the bottom of the steps of the ancestral hall. He wore a tricolored formal robe and looked calmly at everything in front of him. However, a warm and happy feeling welled up in his heart. He had raised a son for the emperor and finally raised his own son. Could this be considered the most successful day of his life? The leading figures of each branch of the Fan clan had already disembarked from the carriages and stood in order of seniority outside the ancestral hall. They stole glances at the leader at the head of the table. Each of them had complicated emotions in their hearts. 30 years ago, the Fan clan was already one of the large clans in the capital. Fan Jian's branch was only a side branch and weak family. If it had not been for that old ancestor, who had supported the present emperor and King Jing, how could Fan Jian have become the leader of the clan? After Fan Jian became the leader, he was very strict with the members of the clan. His own official position grew higher and higher. No one in the clan dared to disobey him. Furthermore, there was now another person called Fan Xian in the Fan Manor. Everyone put down the clothes they needed to worship the ancestors. Peace incense was lit. The sacrificial items had already been prepared. The monk who often served in the ancestral hall respectfully spread out a row of felt blankets and slowly pulled open the main doors of the ancestral hall. With a creak, the doors made of black wood were pulled open. A gust of cold wind surged out from inside. It was as if the ancestors of the Fan clan were coldly watching their descendants. The hundreds of men of the Fan clan lowered their heads and lined up. At this time, the door of a carriage behind them opened. Fan Xian, dressed in cloth clothing, calmly stepped out. Following his father's hand signal at the bottom of the stone steps, he slowly moved forward between the two groups of men. The atmosphere in front of the ancestral hall had been solemn. The men of the Fan clan didn't even dare to breathe too loudly for fear of disturbing the spirits of their ancestors. However, when they saw the man who walked down from the carriage, they still couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock and surprise. Their mouths gaped open as they let out countless sighs of surprise. At the back of the line were the teenagers. After seeing Fan Xian, they were even more frightened. These were the pitiful little overlords whose legs had been broken by Fan Xian outside Baiwa brothel, and whose buttocks had been smashed by Lady Lu in the Fan Manor. Fan Xian had also come to worship the ancestors. These little overlords of the Fan clan were so frightened that their legs trembled. Fan Xian walked steadily forward and gradually approached the stone steps of the ancestral hall. He saw that at the bottom of the steps, his father seemed to be arguing about something in a low voice with a few elders. Fan Xian had seen those elders before. He knew that they were virtuous and well-respected elders in the Fan clan. One of them seemed to be someone he had to call uncle. The face of the highest-ranking uncle in the Fan clan was full of worry. He quietly said to Fan Jian, "Ida, this is not appropriate." Fan Jian smiled slightly and said, "Second uncle, what is not appropriate?" The uncle's eyes were full of fear. Lowering his voice, he said, this child. He suddenly stopped talking. Did he have to say in front of the clan leader that his son was not his own? But he was still terrified. The elders of the Fan clan in front and behind him were also terrified. They had not thought that this year's worship of the ancestors would create such a large ruckus. It was all because the manor had quietly brought Fan Xian here. Everyone began to talk at once. Although they didn't dare say it openly in front of Minister Fan, they all vaguely expressed their worry. However, they didn't dare speak too loudly for fear of disturbing the ancestors in the ancestral hall. Everyone was dissatisfied. They thought, he is not a descendant of the Fan family. What right does he have to worship the ancestors? What they were more afraid of was that Fan Xian was the son of the dragon. Would the Empress Dowager and the Emperor be unhappy that he had returned to the Fan family? Fan Xian did not give these elders a chance to start a debate. He had already walked in front of his father. First, he bowed respectfully to the elders, and then stood by his father's side. Fan Jian smiled slightly and pointed to a spot in the line. Your place is there. Seeing that the clan leader would not listen, no one dared to object. These elders of the Fan clan were actually more afraid of the scent that Fan Xian carried on his body. The ancestors are meritorious, the clan is virtuous. All things come from heaven, man from the ancestors. White smoke curled around the inside and outside of the ancestral hall. Utensils were on display. The men kowtowed one by one. Amidst the rising and falling chanting, the Fan clan's worship of the ancestors proceeded steadily. However, people couldn't resist sneaking a few glances at Fan Xian. Fan Xian had already knelt, bowed, and kowtowed in the ancestral hall. Now he stood to the side and looked at the paper flowers filling the sky and the snow on the distant mountaintop in a daze. He knew that his name could finally be recorded in the Fan clan's genealogy. For a moment, a bright color appeared in the depths of his heart. Fan Xija kowtowed in the direction of the ancestral hall in the carriage. It was not convenient for him to get off. Fan Xian stood by the carriage and couldn't resist sighing. He thought to himself that he had been reborn. In the cave in northern Qixi Mountain, in front of the dying Shaoan, he had acknowledged his belonging to this world. Now, in front of the Fan clan's ancestral hall, he had once again confirmed his belonging to this world. His life had finally been branded with an indelible mark. He was intimately connected to this world and could no longer be separated. The morning light arrived early. The white fog in the country estate and the fog in the ancestral hall mixed together and could no longer be separated. As Fan Xian stood by the carriage outside the ancestral hall of the Fan clan inside, almost at the same time, across half of the Qing kingdom's territory, in one of the largest manors in the world outside Suzhou and Jiangnan, Xia Qifei knelt in front of the ancestral tablets and cried silently outside the ancestral hall, that was even taller and more majestic than the Fan clan's ancestral hall. No, it should be said that the present seventh young master of the Ming family, Ming Qingcheng, trembled in front of the ancestral tablets and allowed tears to wash his face. The current head of the Ming family, Ming Qingda, used a complicated gaze to look at the crying Ming Qingcheng, his seventh brother who had left home when he was young. Ming Lansher stood below fourth uncle and looked at this seventh uncle, who had never had the opportunity to enter the ancestral hall to worship the ancestors. His face remained calm, but the depths of his heart were filled with a sense of defeat. Fourth uncle had been released by the Suzhou government half a year ago. From then on, he began to be tied together with Xia Qifei and opposed the Ming family at every turn. Without question, that failed assassination had made the fourth Ming master give up on the Ming family leader. The Ming family's situation was difficult. There was too little silver to circulate, so they could only stretch out their hands. Although Zhaoshang Money House had provided great help, if the business on the Eastern Road and on the sea did not improve much, and they continued to borrow money, then there would be too many problems. Furthermore, there was now another power within the family. His aunt's son stood by the fourth Ming master's side. Thinking of this, Ming Lansher hated the imperial envoy far away in Jingdou. The present situation had been single-handedly created by that person, including Xia Qifei entering the ancestral hall to worship the ancestors and return to the ancestral home. It was also part of the agreement made back then. Ming Lansher didn't know why his father would agree to this request. Xia Qifei wiped away the tears on his face and knelt on the ground. Facing the ancestral tablets, he quietly said in a voice only he could hear, "Father, mother. That old witch is already dead. I have finally returned." Ever since he was a child, he had been chased out of the Ming family home and had escaped death countless times. Even when he later became the commander of the Jiangnan water bandits, he had only thought of one day using blood and fire to get revenge. However, he himself could only become a lonely ghost. He had never dared to hope that he could openly return to the Ming family. Presently, he was not only the commander of the Jiangnan water bandits, but also the unknown supervisor of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council stationed in Jiangnan Road. He was already the owner of Xiaomingji, and was responsible for the sale of palace treasury goods in northern Qi Road. At this moment, he had also obtained the identity of the 7th young master of the Ming family. In the future, the Ming family's enormous fortune would have his share. It might even all be his. Of course, Xia Qifei knew that even if the Ming family became his in the future, what was his would also be Sir Fan Jr.'s. Everything he had now was given to him by Sir Fan Jr. with both hands. Xia Qifei was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He was also someone who knew his limits and did not have too much ambition. As long as he could get his revenge and return to the Ming family, everything was fine. The 4th Ming master, who had long lost the ruthlessness of the past, went forward and helped him up. Comfortingly he said, "7th brother, as long as you're back it's fine." "Thank you, 4th brother." Xia Qifei stood and stared blankly at the head of the Ming family. Shortly after he smiled and said, "Big brother, then I'll go out first." Ming Qingdao smiled slightly and walked a few steps closer. Moving close to his ear, he said in a quiet voice that only the two of them could hear, "7th brother, there is still a lot of time. I won't keep you for a meal today." This was something he had forcefully forced Ming Qingdao to agree to before he left Jiangnan. Since he had already done it, he did not have much of a good attitude toward the 7th Ming master. Xia Qifei laughed coldly. He knew the hidden meaning in Ming Qingdao's words. Jiangnan and the Ming family were now split into two. As for who would be the leader, it would still depend on the outcome of the struggle in the palace in Jingdou. During this year, Ming Qingdao had endured silently and used all his methods to delay Fan Xian's ruthless methods in order to buy time and wait for Jingdou's counterattack. He believed that he wouldn't have to endure for much longer. However, Xia Qifei's thoughts were the exact opposite of Ming Qingdao's. He was also waiting. He was waiting for the day that Sir Fan Jr. would completely win. He had never believed that Sir Fan Jr. would fail. Walking out of the main door of the Ming Ancestral Hall, Xia Qifei glanced at the various expressions of the clan disciples in the garden. A self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Thinking about it, not many of these clan disciples truly saw him as the 7th master. The 4th Ming master had been following by his side the entire time. In a quiet voice he said, "Although we already have 3 people on our side, he is, after all, the head of the family. Some things cannot be hidden from him. We don't need to worry about business." Traces of tears remained at the corners of Xia Qifei's eyes. Calmly he said, "Put as many guards in the garden as you can. I will send someone to keep an eye on it. If after the situation is settled, and he still wants to struggle at death's door, then don't blame us for being heavy-handed." The 4th master was startled and furrowed his brows. "Don't mess around. All of Jiangnan is watching Ming Garden. Even Sir Fan Jr. would not dare to do such a thing." Xia Qifei was startled. He didn't say anything more, and walked out of Ming Garden. Outside the garden, beside the carriage, Su Wumei, who had lost an arm, was waiting for him. She looked at the traces left on Xia Qifei's face, and knew that he must have suffered a great emotional upheaval. She forcefully suppressed her excitement and said, "Congratulations, First Master." Xia Qifei smiled. "Congratulations, cousin." Su Wumei smiled warmly. "Congratulations, 7th Master." On the first day of the new year, in the manor of Jingdou, the second prince was drinking tea and playing Go with Yi Ling. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside the study. He couldn't help furrowing his brows slightly. Although his power in Jingdou had been completely uprooted by Fan Xian, It was just as he had said in Baoyua brothel. He was not worried at all, because these were only minor problems. As long as Fan Xian could not touch him, the root of the royal family, in the future, it would be Fan Xian's turn to be worried. The housekeeper knocked and entered. Disregarding Wang Fei sitting in her seat, he hurriedly moved closer to the second prince's ear and told him the shocking news he had just heard. The second prince's expression immediately changed. The black, matte chess piece between his two fingers fell into the teacup and made a pft. After the housekeeper left, Yi Ling asked with a smile, "What happened now?" In the eyes of this young imperial concubine who was not yet 20, the more wretchedly her husband was beaten by her teacher the better. It would be best if he was beaten until his heart gave out, and he no longer cared about the matter of the dragon chair. Fan Xian was beating the tiger in Jingdo while Yi Ling was secretly laughing in the manner. Seeing the shock on her husband's face, she thought that her teacher was doing something again, so she was not worried. On the contrary, she had the urge to watch a good show. It took a long time for the second prince to ease the shock in his heart. Looking at his wife in astonishment, he said, "Fan Xian, he went to worship the ancestors today." Chapter 471. Yesterday, I typed the one-armed sister's surname incorrectly. My original surname was Guan, but I had no choice but to follow Su. Here I deeply apologize. P.S. This book is very easy to buy. Next week, I'll go to the specialty store and say, "The cheapest one." Yi Ling made a sound and covered her mouth. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Although she had spent every day in Fan Xian's manor, and played mahjong on the Tsang Mountains after Fan Xian had come to the capital, she had some understanding of her young master's will. She had never imagined that at this juncture, Fan Xian would bravely choose to return to the family. The second prince glanced at her and smiled bitterly. "I'm wondering if Fan Xian has gone crazy." "Why do you say that?" A glimmer of doubt flashed through Yi Linger's jade-like eyes. Since Fan Xian dared to worship his ancestors, it must have been something that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had tacitly agreed to. Why did her husband still think Fan Xian had gone crazy? The second prince shook his head. For the present Fan Xian, there are only 4 paths he can take. By choosing to return to his ancestral home, he has directly blocked off 2 of them. Yi Linger did not continue to ask. She listened quietly. The second prince thought for a moment and then quietly said, "Right now, he has too much power in his hands. He has offended too many people. The power of a lone official has already formed for him. In the future in Qing Kingdom, he will either fight with us for the throne, or he will support the third prince to rise to power, while he hides behind the scenes and becomes a regent. Only these 2 paths can ensure the peace of his family and not be uprooted. Since he has returned to the Fan family, naturally, the possibility of him inheriting the throne has been severed. It is impossible to use the identity of a member of the royal family to act as regent." Yi Linger furrowed her brows. Even if he does not acknowledge his ancestral home, given his past, not to mention whether or not the emperor will allow him to inherit the throne, the entire royal family and the scholars of the court will not agree. This first option in itself is impossible. What is impossible? The second prince asked. As long as he does not return to the Fan family, there is a chance that the palace will accept him again. Adding to the power in his hands, who dares to say that it is impossible for him to fight for the world? What about the second item? A prince regent might be able to make the nobles in the palace, and the royal family military outside the palace remain silent, as long as his surname is Li. But for a powerful official with the surname Fan to threaten the emperor and order the feudal vassals, that is impossible. The second prince calmly said, "That is why Fan Xian's return today directly cut off the 2 paths he mentioned earlier. I don't understand what exactly he is thinking." "What are the other 2 paths?" Yi Linger looked at the strange expression on the prince's face, and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The second prince paused for a moment and then said, "In the future after father passes away, regardless of who ascends to the throne, I'm afraid they will carry out a great purge of Fan Xian and the Fan clan. If they don't purge, no one has the confidence to completely control the situation. These were the words the second prince had said to Fan Xian in Baoyue brothel. He had always thought that Fan Xian would gradually integrate into the royal family and fight for a position on the surface. Regardless of whether Fan Xian fought for the dragon chair himself or helped the third prince, they were both possible paths. Given Fan Xian's present strength, as well as the old people he influenced in front of and behind of him, no newly ascended emperor would be able to safely watch him live. Thus, many years from now, Fan Xian will only have two paths he can take. The second prince furrowed his brows tightly and could not understand it no matter how he thought about it. Otherwise, he will wait helplessly and have his entire clan executed, just like the Yi family in the past. He paused and then said tiredly, "Otherwise, he will use the power in his hands to rebel and leave the country." He began to laugh self-mockingly. Of course, the power in his hands is all paper. He won't be able to raise much of a storm. Father is a cautious person. If Fan Xian doesn't have an army in his hands, he will never be able to truly become a marquis. Yi Linger was startled and carefully savored these words he said. She realized that if the situation really continued to develop like this, her teacher would indeed not have a good end. Her little face swelled slightly and she said, "You've forgotten a possibility. If the third prince really does inherit the throne in the future, given his teacher-student relationship with Fan Xian, he may not necessarily let things happen to an irreversible state." The second prince smiled. "I've also said this to Fan Xian. Third brother is still young, but I've watched him grow up. This kid is not easy to deal with. Furthermore, at what position? You have to consider the level of affairs. Sometimes, it's not something you or I can stop doing just because we don't want to," he calmly said. "Furthermore, don't forget, the crown prince is the true successor." Many people seem to have forgotten this matter because of his calmness, but I believe that Fan Xian will not forget. Most importantly, the second prince slowly lowered his head. "Regardless of who inherits the throne, before our father leaves this world, will he watch as Fan Xian continues to gather the power of a large group of old monsters and bring endless trouble to his successor? This country is our father's country. He will not let this country become too chaotic, even if he dies." Regardless of whether the second prince was a son or an official, it was already a great taboo to discuss the emperor's life and death. Yi Linger bit her lip and didn't reply. Instead, she changed the subject and asked, "But this is not the life Fan Xian wants to live. This is what the elders in court have arranged for him. If you were Fan Xian, what would you do?" The second prince was startled. A moment later, he self-deprecatingly said, "I don't know what I would do. It would probably be similar to his current situation. However, in the battle for the world, if you don't advance, you die. Since he has personally given up on the first two paths, then he should retreat more thoroughly. If I were in his position, at this time, I would enter the palace and ask for my resignation. Regardless of whether it is the Overwatch Council or the palace treasury, he will have to let one of them go. Then from a purely rational point of view, he should appear more gentle, and then secretly lean toward my side." Yi Ling looked at him. The second prince said seriously, "This is the wisest choice. Presumably, he knows in his heart that I dare to accept him. After all, my aunt is his mother-in-law. With Chen Er's relationship, it is not necessarily impossible to let go of past enmity." Yi Ling shook her head and sighed. She knew that her family and the distant army in Dingzhou had long become a tool in the battle for the inheritance because of this marriage. If Fan Xian also joined in, naturally, but she didn't want to pay attention to these things. Suddenly, she felt a headache and unhappily furrowed her brows. The second prince stood up and looked at the faint light outside the window. Lost in thought, he said, "If Fan Xian doesn't change, he will only walk into a dead end in the future. If he has the courage to change, perhaps he will suffer a great loss now. But in the future, he and the Fan family can obtain even greater benefits and a more stable peace. This all depends on what he thinks." In the end, he helplessly lowered his head. However, these 2 years have long proven that Fan Xian is a madman who does not act according to common sense. So I do not have such extravagant hopes. In the eyes of most people in the Qing kingdom, under Fan Xian's gentle and amiable appearance, There was indeed a glimmer of a crazed murderous aura gradually seeping out. It was not talking about the night battles in Jingdo, but the shocking matter of Jingdo's return to the ancestral home. At the cold of the fifth watch, the Fan family's worship to their ancestors began. At noon, this news had already spread to all the large manors. For a moment, countless people were guessing at the subsequent development of the situation, and the rise and fall of Fan Xian's desire for power in the court. Just like the second prince, no one could understand why Fan Xian would do this. Although in the past he only had the identity of the emperor's illegitimate son, and had no hope of entering the palace, the identity of an illegitimate son was still an identity. As long as it was not sealed, anything was possible. Furthermore, this identity would certainly be of great use in the future. A long time ago, Chen Pingping had thought that once the Empress Dowager was gone, it was not impossible for Fan Xian to re-enter the ranks of the princes. Fan Xian's actions today had finally branded his name with the brand of the Fan family, cutting off the possibility of his surname being Li. In the eyes of most people, this seemed somewhat foolish or impulsive. Even in the depths of the palace, this news shocked the hearts of many nobles. Lady Shu was transcribing the rare book of Tianyi Pavilion that Fan Xian had sent over with graceful handwriting. Listening to the palace maid's report, she shook her head somewhat sullenly. Lady Ning was in her small courtyard practicing her swordsmanship around a tree. After hearing the news, her face lit up and she praised Fan Xian for having a backbone. In Shufang Palace, Yi Guipin was watching the third prince practice his calligraphy. Hearing Xing'er's quiet words, she smiled slightly and said nothing. She only looked at her son with a complicated expression. After a while, she pulled her son behind the curtain and quietly told him the biggest news of the day in Jingdo. She spoke very seriously and solemnly. The third prince was startled. At such a young age, he immediately understood many things. His teacher had returned to the family, to a large extent for his sake. Finally, Yi Guipin said seriously, "Ping-er, you must firmly remember everything that Master Fan has done for you. If you dare to do those things in the future, I will not forgive you." The third prince lowered his head and said nothing. In Guangxin Palace, eldest Princess Li Yunrui, who had always lived in seclusion and rarely left the palace, was the first to hear the news. This beautiful woman paused for a moment and then smiled. As the saying goes, one smile can charm 100 people. Just like this, it actually suppressed the light of the white curtains inside and outside the palace, and the light of the jade trees. The palace maid asked cautiously, "Princess, why are you so happy?" The eldest princess slowly withdrew her smile and said very softly, "I suddenly feel that my son-in-law is a very good man. He knows when to stop and when to stop. It is a pity that I have only met him once. Tomorrow, arrange for him and want her to enter the palace. I want to see how young Fan Xian has grown so quickly in the 2 years I have not seen him." The palace maid was startled. Sir Fan Jr.'s actions were clearly too impulsive, and did not consider the pros and cons enough. Was the eldest princess happy because of this? Looking at the eldest princess's expression, it was clear that she greatly admired Sir Fan Jr.'s actions. In Hongguang Palace, the Empress Dowager was picking at her rosary beads and muttering something. Old eunuch Hong was bent over to serve at her side. After a long time, the Empress Dowager sighed and said, "That child knows the big picture. It has not been easy." Old eunuch Hong said with a slight hiss, "Sir Fan Jr. is not bad." In the quiet and secluded little building at the back of the royal palace, the Qing emperor, dressed in a yellow robe, held his hands behind his back. He looked at the yellow-clothed woman in the painting in a daze. A moment later he quietly said, "Our son is indeed more like you. He is very proud. It is not that I don't want him to come back. It is just that he doesn't want to come back. The surname Fan is good. Back then, you and Ida used to call each other brother and sister. Just take it as following your mother's surname." A cold winter breeze blew in through the building and made the painting flutter slightly. The beautiful face of the yellow-clothed woman in the painting twisted slightly. It was as if a mocking smile rose to the corners of her lips. It was as if she was mocking the emperor's words. On the afternoon of the first day of the new year, Fan Xian sat in the carriage heading toward King Jing's manor. This was an old custom between the Fan Manor and King Jing's manor for many years. After the new year, there had to be a day chosen for the people of the two manors to gather together. Fan Xian had been away from Danzhou for 3 years, and had long gotten used to the strange, intimate relationship between his family and King Jing's manor. Although Hongqing had been miserably grounded for a year because of Fan Xian's good work, Fan Xian knew that this was actually King Jing's ruthless decision to prevent his manor from being dragged into the fight for the throne. The relationship between the two manors had not been affected by the battles between their sons and nephews. The carriage jolted slightly. Wana looked at Fan Xian in a daze and didn't speak for a moment. Fan Xian smiled. If you have anything you want to ask away. I'm thinking that everyone in Jingdou must be talking about you today. Lin Wana said with a smile. They're all calling you an idiot. Fan Xian smiled even more happily. Suddenly he fell silent again. A moment later, he looked into his wife's eyes and said seriously, I can hide it from everyone under heaven, but I won't hide it from you. Lin Wana smiled slightly and looked into her husband's eyes. Fan Xian calmly said, in reality, the reason is very simple. There are only 2 reasons. First, I have always thought of myself as Fan Xian. I was raised by my grandmother from a young age. I will not accept any other surname. I have always been willing to return to my ancestral home and worship my ancestors. So I will do it. Lin Wana gently leaned against his arm and felt that his breath was very warm and pure. Second, regardless of whether it was openly supporting the third prince in Jiangnan, killing in all directions in Jingdou, or returning to my ancestral home today, I am showing my determination. Fan Xian lowered his head and glanced at Wan Er's round face. Warmly he said, Danbua shows one's determination. If one wants to go far, one must show one's determination. What determination? Who are you showing it to? Fan Xian was silent. He thought of the conversation he had with the emperor in the royal palace. Duke of Danbua, Duke of Danbua. I don't want to be the emperor, he calmly said. Of course it is for the emperor to see. Lin Wana glanced at him worriedly. Although she didn't say anything, Fan Xian knew that she had long seen the future. It was possible that he and the Fan Manor would face a disaster of destruction. Go against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. If the boat capsizes, you will die. I understand this principle. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly. It seems that all the circumstances force me to fight. But the emperor has warned me, so I can only not fight. He smiled and said, going with the current is, in the end, more comfortable. There are not many people I am afraid of in this world. However, I am still a bit afraid of your uncle, my cheap father. Lin Wana smiled, but there was still some worry in her smile. But what about the future? The future? Fan Xian said. The emperor can live for at least another 20 years. I have used an unknown future danger to exchange for 20 years of peace. Or perhaps 20 years of the emperor's trust. This trade is very worth it. Furthermore, I cannot be ambiguous. I must resolutely and decisively demonstrate my attitude and determination. Even if I stand behind the third prince, it is not enough to convince many people. Fan Xian rubbed the space between his brows and said tiredly, men and women can be ambiguous. If you do this between ruler and official, it is easy for people to die. I believe the emperor will like my decision. There was still something he did not say to his wife. The so-called ambiguity was certainly two-sided. The so-called decision also worked on both sides. Today, he had recognized his ancestors and returned to his ancestral home to express his absolute sincerity to the emperor. He had also seen clearly that the emperor did not want him to take over the world. This reality made Fan Xian relax slightly. After relaxing, there was a sliver of deep worry. The worry was not in the present. Instead, it was in the past. Just as Chen Pingping had confirmed that night, Fan Xian finally confirmed that the emperor had an illness and a heart disease. The carriage stopped in front of King Jing's manor. There were already all kinds of servants waiting outside, welcoming the honored guests from Fan Manor into the manor. Fan Xian led Wan Er and followed behind his father and Lady Luin. Looking around, the scenery in the manor was the same as before. However, the white gauze on the other side of the lake was not up. Thinking about it, it was winter. How could there be gauze to block out the light? However, Fan Xian tilted his head to look at the gentle wanderer beside him. He still thought of the time when he first fell in love. A slightly old, angry, joyful, and complicated voice rang out, pulling Fan Xian out of this rare and brief moment of happiness. "You little dog, you still know to come see me." Chapter 472. Only a few pieces of snow remained on the pavilion on the other side of the lake. They were warmly and thinly divided into countless white pieces. It was as if many patches had been added to the dark pavilion. The snow in Jingdo stopped on the 29th of the 12th lunar month. Within 3 days, the servants in King Jing's manor had long swept all the snow from the grass on this side of the lake. However, the weather was cold, so there were no fresh and tender blades of grass on the grass. There were only white grass that had stiffened after death. Yet no one took care of it. It appeared rather desolate. Fan Xian followed quietly behind King Jing. They walked into the depths of the garden, but his gaze lingered on King Jing's slightly hunched back. After entering the manor, Minister Fan came out and blocked King Jing's offensive of dirty words. It was lively for a while, but before he even saw Ro Jia and Hongsheng, King Jing suddenly suggested that Fan Xian follow him for a walk. Although Fan Xian wasn't sure what the king's intention was with this suggestion, seeing his father secretly nod his head, he let him go. Along the way, there wasn't much scenery in the garden. Even the vegetable fields that King Jing served day and night were just a few pools of mud. King Jing walked in front and didn't speak, so Fan Xian could only follow in silence. As he examined the king's back, his thoughts had long floated elsewhere. This king was not normal. The history books had seen this kind of self-restrained and even self-defiling absurd kings. However, it was rare to see a noble like King Jing, who did it so straightforwardly and truly had no desire for power. Particularly with his old appearance, no one knew what kind of mental blow he had experienced in the past. The two of them stopped by the vegetable fields. King Jing said in a raspy voice, "The first time I saw you, it was in this vegetable garden." Fan Xian thought of that poetry gathering, and how he was always a guest in the sorrowful autumn. He thought of how his mind had been filled with lewdness at the time of seeing a smiling white-clothed woman in the vegetable field, and then seeing a farmer. He couldn't resist laughing and replied, "You always like to tease the younger generation." "I'm not the only one who grows vegetables in the capital," King Jing said. Fan Xian was startled, thinking that this was not nonsense. Although Jingdo was wealthy, there were still many poor commoners. It was common for these commoners to grow vegetables under the walls of their courtyards to supplement their daily diet. But since King Jing had said so, he naturally had his reasons, so Fan Xian listened quietly. That old guy from the Qin family also likes to grow vegetables, but he only grows cabbages and carrots. King Jing said with a hint of mockery, "Soldiers only know how to fill their stomachs. They don't know that growing vegetables is also an art." Fan Xian's heart jumped. He carefully thought over the prince's words, and didn't know how to respond for a moment. King Jing walked into the muddy vegetable field, and put his hands on his waist. He looked at the desolate scenery around him. After a moment of silence, he said, "Have you found out who did the attack in the valley?" Fan Xian closed his mouth tightly. Of course, he knew that the attack in the valley had been single-handedly arranged by the old killing god of the military, the old Qin master. The problem was, this was presently Qin Kingdom's biggest secret. Other than Chen Pingping and himself, presumably not many people knew. King Jing had first talked about the old Qin master growing vegetables, and now he was talking about the attack in the valley. Was he hinting at something? But King Jing often did not ask about political affairs, and did not have any deep connections with the civil and military officials of the court. What right did he have to say that the attack in the valley was done by the old Qin family? However, King Jing did not say anything, so Fan Xian did not know if his guess was correct. Furthermore, he could not tell the other party about the Qin family, because it involved the deepest of secrets. He could only smile bitterly and say, "The court has been investigating this entire time, and the council is also investigating. We only know that it has something to do with the military. However, the witness is already dead. There are no clues at all." King Jing turned his head to glance at him, as if surprised by his indifference. He thought that the kid did not understand his meaning. He huffed angrily and said, "Idiot." Fan Xian smiled bitterly, and thought to himself, in this kind of matter, couldn't he pretend to be stupid? The city guarding crossbow is the Yi family's. King Jing stared into Fan Xian's eyes. But don't forget about the Qin family. The prince's words were too direct. Fan Xian couldn't pretend anymore even if he wanted to. Other than the suspicion in his heart, he was also particularly moved. This old man was too good to him. He furrowed his brows and said, "I have no enmity with the Qin family." The prince huffed and didn't continue to say anything. Lifting his feet, he walked out of the mud vegetable patch and headed deeper into the garden. Fan Xian looked at his back and vaguely guessed something. The reason the prince dared to guess that the Qin family would act was certainly because of what happened back then. However, the connection between the Qin family and the Taiping courtyard murder case was a secret that even his father did not know. Even Chen Piping had only found out after a dozen years of investigation. How did the prince know? Thinking of this, hot blood surged in Fan Xian's heart. He didn't care anymore. He caught up and grabbed King Jing's sleeve. King Jing started and slowly turned his head. Fan Xian looked at him and said sincerely, "What exactly happened back then? Why did no one under heaven know that the Qin family was involved? Why was this matter not brought to light when Jingdo bled that night?" "You ask too many questions," King Jing sighed and said. "Although I'm just an idle king who doesn't do proper work, you have to remember that I'm still a member of the royal family. As for why I know what the two old fellows behind you don't know, the reason is very simple. It's because I was still young back then, and I was still with my mother." The corners of the prince's brows twitched. He revealed a mischievous smile. "I was young and always liked to hide and seek everywhere. So sometimes it was easy to overhear things. As for what I overheard, no one else knows in all these years." Fan Xian forced a smile and stopped. The prince's willingness to point out the Qin family was already a sign of unusual love for him. However, if that matter involved the Empress Dowager, who was the prince's own mother, how could he continue? Yunrui was young at the time. This matter had nothing to do with her. King Jing was silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, "I still want to make this clear to you. You followed Fan Jian and the Overwatch Council since you were young and learned a lot. However, there are many things that have also become laughable." At this moment, the old and the young stood on the cold ridge of the field. Not far away was the wall of King Jing's manor. Outside the wall was the unchanging and bleak sky of Jingdo. Fan Xian listened to the prince's words beside him and felt incomparably warm in his heart. What matter? Regardless of whether it is Chen Pingping, that old dog, or your father, they are both masters of scheming. Thus, they always like to make things very complicated. Most importantly, they don't trust anyone, and the one they trust the least is each other. King Jing smiled coldly. This is the stupidest thing. Chen Pingping even suspected Yunrui in the past. He didn't think about how old Yunrui was at that time. Fan Xian forced a smile. The mutual suspicion and wariness between his father and Chen Pingping had existed ever since his mother's death, and had grown deeper and deeper. It had only improved after he had entered the capital. "I've swallowed the matter of the old Qin family for so long. Today, I'm telling you not for you to take revenge," King Jing said calmly. King Jing calmly said, "I just feel that you have offended the military enough. Our Qin kingdom has always been founded on the military. If you don't know who your true enemy in the military is, I am worried that you will die casually." King Jing said the words casually very seriously. He didn't want anyone else to die casually like this anymore. Fan Xian bowed to the ground and then straightened his body. He asked the question he cared about the most. "Sir, why are you so good to me?" Hearing these words, King Jing suddenly froze. After a long time, he suddenly laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder, sharper and more mournful. He laughed until his stomach hurt. He squatted on the ridge of the field and held his abdomen, unable to raise his head for a moment. Fan Xian's mind was in a mess. He stood woodenly to the side and looked at the prince beside him. He looked at the white hair on his head that did not match his actual age fluttering in the cold wind. He looked at the tears squeezed out of the corners of his eyes because of his smile. After a long time, King Jing straightened his body and furrowed his brows in thought. He then said, I also don't know. He then walked down the ridge of the field. Fan Xian continued to follow silently behind him. The emperor and I were both raised by my mother, King Jing said calmly. His face had long recovered its usual weathered calmness. At that time, King Qing's manner was not very eye-catching. It didn't have much status in Jingdo, so my brother and I could still play around. Your father followed us every day. Additionally, there was Chun Pingping, the study companion that the palace had invited. The four of us mingled together every day. I was the youngest, so I was the most bullied. Later, my brother and Chun Pingping went to my mother's old home in Danzhou to play. After they came back, they happily said that they had met an interesting girl there. King Jing smiled. Not long after, that girl arrived in Jingdo and found King Cheng's manor. Fan Xian also smiled. That was my mother. Yes. King Jing leisurely thought about the past. I remember when I was young, I pestered your mother every day to play. Yes, at the time, I called her sister Yezi. Your mother loved me very much, so my brother could not let Chen Pingping bully me anymore. This was very good. The old and the young talked as they walked. In a moment they had arrived outside a study. Although Fan Xian wanted to listen more to King Jing talk about the past, he still put his attention on the study, because it was clear that few people came to this study. King Jing liked to grow vegetables, and did not like to read. King Jing pushed open the door and entered. In a raspy voice he said, Sit. Fan Xian did not brush away the dust on the seat, and sat down calmly. King Jing rummaged through the bookcase for a while, and finally found a thick book. He handed it to Fan Xian and said, Read. Fan Xian accepted it with both hands. He glanced at the cover, and saw that it was a book on agronomy. He couldn't help glancing at King Jing gloomily. King Jing was silent for a moment and then said, Concerning your mother, I don't have much to say. You asked me why I was so good to you. Actually, that's not right. I wasn't good enough to you. At least, I was kept in the dark by them for almost 20 years. King Jing slowly walked out of the study, and faced Fan Xian with his slightly slumped back. His voice was slightly dispirited. I always thought she had no descendants. Fan Xian sat on the dusty chair, and casually flipped through the thick book on agronomy. In his heart, he was thinking about what King Jing had said earlier. In reality, he could faintly capture King Jing's thoughts. It was a touch of youth and bitterness that could not be verbalized, but a thought that he remembered for a lifetime. When a young man was just beginning to grow, and there was a gentle, beautiful, all-powerful, and all-accepting sister by his side, it was hard to avoid a story like this happening. When he had been reborn into this world, he was already a mature soul. In his previous life, how could he not have had such an experience? Which man had not had such an experience? However, for normal people after they grew up, there would always be truly sweet fruits that would fill in their spiritual world. King Jing's normal experience of growing up was clearly interrupted by the great history of the Qin kingdom. The Yi family was destroyed overnight, but King Jing could not be angry, and had nowhere to be angry. Thus his hair turned gray early, and his figure was slightly slender. He only respected the fields and not the palace. Fan Xian's fingers flipped through the slightly yellow pages of the book. Suddenly his fingers froze. He saw a few thin pieces of paper stuck in the thick book. His heart jumped. He quickly flipped through the book, and found a few more thin pieces of paper. The handwriting on the paper was strange, and yet familiar. The writer's brush was clearly not good enough. The strokes were straight and stiff, like a matchstick building block. The contents of the paper were not out of Fan Xian's expectations. It recorded some suggestions from someone to someone else, such as the Overwatch Council, and the matter of merchants. There were also a few notes about what they wanted to eat that day, and where they planned to play the next day. Fan Xian smiled and said to himself as he looked at the pieces of paper, "The other things you wrote have probably all been burned by the people of this world. Who would have thought that the little boy from back then would still have a few left behind?" He tilted his head and said, "However, your handwriting really isn't as good as mine. Furthermore, your strength is focused on the big parts and not the small parts. If you're not used to using a brush, then use a goose feather. Oh, right, I opened a small workshop in the palace treasury that specializes in making pencils. In these things, I'm much smarter than you. After a moment of silence, Fan Xian thought about it and put the pieces of paper into his clothes. Presumably, King Jing also needed this kind of relief. He stood up with a peaceful smile on his face and walked out of the study. King Jing was not outside the study. Fan Xian had come to this manor many times and did not need a serving girl to lead the way. With his hands behind his back, he swayed and swayed until he arrived outside a row of large rooms. This row of rooms formed an independent little courtyard. On the courtyard door hung a large copper lock. Fan Xian looked at this lock and couldn't resist smiling. Walking up the steps, he knocked heavily on the door and yelled, "If you don't open the door, I'm leaving. Don't go. Don't go." A series of urgent shouts came from the courtyard. Someone quickly ran over. The large wooden door made a thud. That person must have hit the door. From this, one could imagine the person's urgency. The door opened a small crack. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked in. He couldn't help but jump in fright. He found that there was also an eye looking out from the other side. There were clearly a few patches of eye wax at the corners of the person's eyes. His hair was messy, and he looked extremely haggard. "Damn it!" Fan Xian spat. "You're the ghost." Locked in the room, Crown Prince Jing, Li Hongcheng, let loose a torrent of abuse. "Hurry up and fish me out." Fan Xian saw that he was truly pitiful and couldn't help but sigh. However, before he could finish sighing, he laughed again and scolded. "His Highness locked you up. How am I supposed to fish you out? Go plead for mercy for the old man." Li Hongcheng was about to go crazy from being locked up. It wasn't easy to see someone who wasn't afraid of his father. How could he let it go? He scolded. "You kid, do you have any conscience? You tricked me, you slandered me, you used filthy words to spray me. I accepted it all. But I've been locked up for so long. Don't you have any sympathy? Remember when you first came to Jingdo, did I treat you badly? I took you to the brothel. I let you pick up girls." Fan Xian plugged his ears and listened to Li Hongqing's continuous scolding. He knew that this guy was truly too wretched. He smiled bitterly and said, "His Highness locked you up for your own good. Otherwise, if you went out and messed around with those brothers again, in the end, it wouldn't necessarily end well for you. If I die, then I die." Li Hongqing laughed coldly. "It's better than being suffocated to death." Fan Xian took a few steps back and looked at the layout of the courtyard. He couldn't help but say, dumbfounded, "Heavens, it can't be. You've been locked up in this courtyard for a year, right?" Li Hongqing was startled and scolded. "Then I would have gone crazy a long time ago. Usually, I'm just not allowed out of the manor. Although it's all prison, the manor's prison is always a bit bigger." Fan Xian rubbed his nose and nodded his head in admiration. With the manor as a prison, the heart cannot be free. The Crown Prince's words are indeed philosophical. Li Hongqing sighed sorrowfully. "Don't provoke me anymore. Originally, it was good for me to stay in the manor and listen to the drama. In the end, as soon as you returned to the capital, you were assassinated. Then you went to kill people. My old man didn't say anything and immediately locked me back in the little courtyard. Tell me, who did I offend?" Fan Xian looked at Li Hongqing's pitiful appearance through the crack in the door. He couldn't help but feel sympathy and remorse in his heart. He knew why King Jing's manner was like this. It was because King Jing didn't want his son to be involved in those matters. As soon as he returned to the capital, he made a big move against the second prince's faction. If Li Hongqing was still tied to the second prince, who knew how he would deal with him? All right. Fan Xian looked around and saw that there was no one around. In a small voice he said, "I'll get you out and take you to have fun. But you have to promise me that you won't go see those people." Li Hongqing was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. He only said with suspicion, "Don't break this lock. If I want to escape, I don't know how to fight my way out." Fan Xian took out a key from his belt and mockingly said, "Don't forget, I came from the Overwatch Council." The large copper lock opened with a click. King Jing's crown prince, Li Hongqing, who had been locked in the little courtyard without seeing the light of day, finally saw the light of day. He took large steps out and looked at the open surroundings. He took a deep breath and patted Fan Xian's shoulder heavily. At least you still remember old times. In reality, with such a big commotion, how could the servants in the manor not know? However, since the person in charge was Sir Fan Jr., and the person they were saving was their own crown prince, no one dared to stop him. Right at this moment, a clear and bright voice that was slightly anxious and fearful suddenly resounded. "Brother, why did you run out on your own?" Not far to the left of the stone steps stood a young noble lady, wearing an apricot red robe. Her little face was red with anxiety. "Be careful, father will beat you to death." Fan Xian turned his head in surprise and looked at the young lady. He saw that she still had that weak and meek appearance. However, there was more elegance and grace between her brows than in the past. He couldn't help but feel shocked. It had only been a year since he had seen her. How had the little girl become such a pure and lovely young lady? The young lady also saw Fan Xian's face clearly and was shocked. She covered her mouth. After the pleasant surprise in her eyes, she suddenly seemed to think of something. Immediately, a thread of mist formed in her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry. Fan Xian's heart was filled with fear. If one had to say who he was most afraid of in Jingdo, other than the emperor in the palace, it would be this young lady in front of him, who had deep feelings for him. He remembered that when she was young, she clung to his side every day. Fortunately, the dust had long settled. He was her cousin. His heart relaxed a great deal. However, suddenly seeing the young lady's sad appearance, his heart also felt a bit uncomfortable. The young lady finally calmed her emotions. She walked in front of Fan Xian and bowed slightly. Using a mosquito-like voice, she said, "Greetings, Brother Xian." Chapter 473. Fan Xian looked at the girl and wanted to run. Tugging on Hongqing's sleeve, he prepared to play with the two of them over the wall. Unexpectedly, a servant came out of nowhere and bowed to the two of them with a pained expression. "Crown Prince, the king knows you've come out and wants you to see him." Hearing these words, Crown Prince Li Hongqing sucked in a cold breath. He was extremely vexed and regretful, but there was nothing he could do. He went first. Before he left, he glanced at Fan Xian and laughed bitterly. The emotions in his heart were indescribably complicated. Fan Xian understood that this crown prince still held a grudge against him for breaking up his marriage with Ruoro. However, he couldn't do anything about it, so he could only shake his head. Outside the courtyard, there were only him and Ro Jia left on the stone steps. Fan Xian knew he couldn't run anymore and smiled warmly. Looking at Hongqing's figure, he said, "Your brother used to be such a refined, noble young master. How did he become like this?" Seeing him open his mouth to speak to her, Ro Jia's little face was filled with uncontrollable joy. She stammered, "Locked up, for too long, scolding people every day, more and more like father." Fan Xian was startled, and thought that it was true. Looking at the crown prince through the crack in the door, he didn't look down on him, but he saw that he was different from other people in power. This kind of character was naturally inherited from King Jing. In the so-called struggle, one could win or lose. This was the correct way. He made a hand gesture, inviting the princess to go first. Ro Jia pulled at the skirt under her large red coat, and lowered her head shyly, as she walked slowly in front. Fan Xian followed behind her. As he walked, he examined the girl who was gradually spitting out her stamen. Looking at the soft strands of hair on her temples in the wind, his heart moved slightly. "Sister Ro Jia, has anything new happened in the girls' school recently?" "Brother Xian, nothing." "Sister Ro Jia, Brother Xian." The two of them chatted. Sister Ro Jia's Brother Xian came more and more smoothly. The little girl's Brother Xian never stopped. Like this, they slowly walked toward the front of the manor. Along the way, they passed the cold garden, the cold path, the pavilions covered in snow, and the artificial hills covered in water. Princess Ro Jia walked with her head down, and replied in a low voice. She couldn't resist glancing back from time to time, and then turning her head as if in shock. Fan Xian sighed in his heart, and quickened his steps. He walked to her side and stood shoulder to shoulder with her. Princess Ro Jia sensed the presence of the young man beside her, and was startled. Her entire walking posture stiffened, and her fingers gripped her skirt tighter. Fan Xian smiled and said, "This world is truly strange. At the time, who would have thought that you were my cousin? Calling me Brother Xian is quite appropriate." As soon as these words came out, Princess Rojia panicked. Her small face flushed red. She didn't say anything else and just remained silent. This pair of cousins knew very well what Fan Xian meant by these words. It was written clearly in the Qing law. Given their relationship, regardless of whether or not Fan Xian had such intentions, it was still impossible. Ever since Princess Rojia saw Fan Xian for the first time when she was 12, her young girl's thoughts had all been placed on him. Regardless of whether it was under the grape trellises in the manor, in the autumn grass garden in the Fan Manor, or in the courtyard in the Tsang Mountains, she always liked to look at Fan Xian. The feelings of a young girl had not faded even after Fan Xian's marriage. Although she didn't dare ask her father, she always held on to the possibility of having 2 wives in the future. Who would have thought that such a big piece of news would explode in Jingdo one day? Brother Xian was her own cousin. From that day on, Rojia knew this matter was impossible. However, how could 2 years of feelings fade in one day? After seeing her favorite brother Xian, she panicked again. Hearing Fan Xian say these words, she knew he was reminding her. However, Princess Rojia was, after all, only a 14-year-old girl. Hearing Fan Xian's gentle yet serious reminder, she did not turn her head and glare at him with hidden bitterness like other noble girls in Jingdo. Nor did she huff coldly. She only lowered her head even more and refused to speak. A crystal-clear teardrop fell from her long eyelashes and landed on the stone floor by her feet. Fan Xian was dumbfounded. Seeing a girl cry, he didn't know what to do. Rojia walked forward again. Fan Xian quickly followed behind her. Along the way, Rojia lowered her head and cried. She stubbornly bit her lip and refused to make any sound. Fan Xian felt pity, love, and anger. He was unsure of how to explain when he suddenly realized that Rojia had stopped in her steps and turned her head to look at him seriously. Fan Xian smiled and stretched out a finger to wipe away the teardrop on the girl's face. Rojia was still as gentle as before. She stared fixedly at Fan Xian and stammered, "Brother Xian, I beg of you something." "What is it?" "As long as I can do it," Fan Xian said seriously. "I know. It was you who thought of a way to break up Sister Ruoro and brother's marriage." Rojia lowered her head. Her fingers played with her skirt until countless troublesome wrinkles appeared on a corner of the light pink skirt. Fan Xian was startled. He hadn't thought that this girl would see this matter so clearly. "What is it?" Rojia bowed slowly and said in a small voice that still retained her childish voice, "In the future, the palace will certainly appoint a marriage for Rojia. If Rojia is not willing, then I will have to trouble you." The marriages between the nobles in Jingdo involved too many political transactions. Fan Xian's marriage and Ruoro's unfinished marriage were all like this. Given Princess Rojia's status, her marriage was naturally arranged by the nobles in the palace, and even personally by the Empress Dowager. Fan Xian opened his mouth wide. A moment later, he nodded his head dejectedly. He knew that he had once again been forced to carry an extremely heavy burden. The way of the world was indeed a little strange. Everyone else was matchmaking, but only he had become an expert in breaking up marriages. After Rojia said this, she saw him nod his head again. It was as if she had used up all of the courage she had mustered earlier. Immediately, she became sad again. She looked at him deeply, turned her head, picked up her skirt, and walked quickly toward the front of the manor, no longer paying attention to Fan Xian. Fan Xian rubbed the back of his head as he watched Princess Rojia's figure. He watched as she lowered her head and continued to cry silently. The feeling in his heart was truly not good. He thought to himself that this girl was truly each more troublesome than the last. In the long corridor behind Taiji Palace in the royal palace, facing the tall palace walls in the distance and the winter trees at the foot of the walls, the palace was heavily guarded, particularly near the inner palace. It was strictly forbidden for anyone to make noise, and it was even more impossible for anyone to do anything too impudent. However, when the serving girls and eunuchs moving about saw the young official stretching lazily and doing leg exercises in the long corridor, Not a single person dared to go up and scold him. No one dared to remind him of anything. It was impossible for a young official to enter the inner palace. If there was, then there was only one person. Only he dared to be so free and at ease in the royal palace. In the long corridor, the young official pulled back his leg from the large pillar and turned his head to look at the awkward middle-aged eunuch who wanted to laugh but didn't dare. He scolded, "What are you laughing for? This palace is so big. Naturally, my legs will be sore. I don't know how you guys have such good leg skills." This young official was Fan Xian. The matter of him being the emperor's illegitimate child was known to everyone under heaven. Additionally, these years, he had been favored by the emperor to the extreme. His relationship with the various nobles and eunuchs in the palace was also harmonious. He had once spent a month in the palace recovering from his injuries, so the serving girls and eunuchs were all used to his presence in the palace. Only he would have the daring to do radio calisthenics in the inner palace. Today, he was accompanying Wana back to her mother's palace. As soon as they entered the palace, Wana was kept by the Empress Dowager's side. She refused to let her go. She said she wanted to keep her favorite granddaughter for the night. Fan Xian had no choice. He could only bring all kinds of gifts and walk toward the various palaces. After returning to the capital, he had walked through one. Now he had to walk through another. It was truly boring. So he took a break and rested his feet in the long corridor behind Taiji Palace. The eunuch accompanying him, holding a large pile of gift boxes, was Eunuch Dai. Hearing Fan Xian scold him, he was not shocked. On the contrary, he was happy. He laughed and said, "Sir Fan Jr. is a 9th level ace. How can servants like us compare?" In the past, Eunuch Dai had also been greatly favored by the emperor. Although he was a member of Lady Shu's palace, and was in charge of the important tasks of announcing edicts to various manors, because of his relationship with his nephew, and because he was involved in the struggle between Fan Xian and the second prince, he was given an idle position. Later, because of the assassination attempt in the Hanging Temple, he was forced into a corner. If he had wasted another 2 years, he would probably have died without a straw mat to cover his body with. It was all thanks to Fan Xian's endless good words on his behalf that the emperor remembered how well he had served the emperor in the past. Only then did he spare his life and let him return to the inner palace to do some idle work. For Eunuch Dai, Fan Xian was his savior and even half his master. He was even more important than Lady Shu. How could he not serve him well? The boots under Fan Xian's feet were hot. He didn't even pull them all up. Just like that, he dragged them toward the end of the long corridor. Eunuch Dai glanced at his feet and said awkwardly, "Sir, it's better to be particular in the palace." Fan Xian glanced at him and was about to tease him a bit more when he suddenly saw a few eunuchs coming from the end of the corridor. The one at the front was young and had a familiar appearance. His face was raised very high, and he had an air of arrogance about him. The eunuchs behind him followed with their bodies half bent. They looked like servants of servants. "It's Eunuch Hong," Eunuch Dai reminded from behind Fan Xian. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly and didn't say anything. He directly went forward. The two of them met in the middle of the corridor. Fan Xian clearly saw the few pimples on the arrogant young eunuch's face. He didn't say anything. He stood where he was and looked coldly at the other party. Hongzhu paused. He knew that Fan Xian was waiting for him to bow to him. However, he was now the head eunuch in the Eastern Palace. Furthermore, the emperor would occasionally have him go to the royal study to help out. It was even more impressive than when he held books in the royal study. Who in the palace would not respect him? Even when the court entered the palace, they were polite to him. Other than Shu the scholar, there was no official who dared to wait for him to bow first. He knew Fan Xian, and knew that Fan Xian was not a normal official. Looking at Fan Xian's cold and disdainful expression, his face flushed red. He refused to lower his head first. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. The 3 or 4 eunuchs following Hongzhu were too low in rank, and had never seen Fan Xian's face. How could they know that this young official was the powerful Sir Fan Jr.? Looking at this scene, they anxiously stood up for Eunuch Hong. In a sharp voice they said, "Sir, why are you wandering around in the restricted palace?" Eunuch Dai hid behind Fan Xian and snickered. He had long lost the position he once had. In the palace, he was bullied badly by Hong Zhu and the others. Seeing that these idiots were going to offend Fan Xian, he was unspeakably happy. He was about to say something when Fan Xian waved his hand to stop him. Fan Xian smiled slightly and looked at the eunuchs behind Hong Zhu. Amused, he said, "You haven't been in the palace for long, right? There aren't many people in the palace who don't recognize me. I'm not wandering around. I'm just going to Shufang Palace to see the emperor." Indeed, it was a few eunuchs who hadn't been in the palace for long. They didn't understand the meaning in these words. They straightened their necks and said, "How dare you? Where is Shufang Palace? Why are you stopping in this long corridor? Be careful that Eunuch Hong calls the guards to throw you out." He was helping his master build up his reputation, but he had no idea that he was causing trouble for his master. As expected, Hong Zhu saw the smile on Fan Xian's face become gentler and gentler. His own expression immediately changed. He was shocked, afraid, and angry. He turned his head and harshly scolded the eunuchs. Only then did he slowly bow to Fan Xian and say, "Greetings, Sir Fan Jr." Once the word Sir Fan Jr. came out, the eunuchs immediately knew they were finished. They looked at Fan Xian with faces full of fear and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Fan Xian couldn't be bothered to look at the eunuchs. He only stared at Hong Zhu's face and mockingly said, "My father is Minister Fan, so people call me Sir Fan Jr. What kind of Eunuch Hong are you, a servant? If Eunuch Hong knew these words, he would carefully skin you." Hong Zhu's face was full of fear and ruthlessness. He stared hatefully at Fan Xian and didn't say a word. "Slap yourself." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said. Hong Zhu gritted his teeth and said, "I am a person of the Eastern Palace. Sir Fan Jr. is a court official. No matter what, you can't control the palace, right?" Fan Xian didn't say anything. He only looked at him coldly. Forced by those two gazes, Hong Zhu had no choice but to gently slap himself in the face. After this slap landed, Eunuch Dai, who was behind Fan Xian, was overjoyed. He was going to advertise it in the royal palace that night. The eunuchs behind Hong Zhu were scared half to death. They all knew of Eunuch Hong's position in the palace. They had no idea that with just one word from Sir Fan Jr., Eunuch Hong could only slap himself in the face. It looked like this Eunuch Hong was indeed not as powerful as Sir Fan Jr. Fan Xian moved his body to the side and blocked Eunuch Dai's line of sight. Taking advantage of the eunuchs kneeling on the ground, he gave Hong Zhu a meaningful glance. Hong Zhu saw it clearly, but his eyes were crying out, indicating that he was unable to find a convenient place to talk. Fan Xian nodded and coldly said, "Get out." Thus, Hong Zhu shook out his sleeve and, angry and embarrassed, led the eunuchs toward the other end of the long corridor. Seeing this, Eunuch Dai smiled charmingly at Fan Xian and said, "Let this dog of a servant continue to be arrogant. Just because the emperor and empress both like him, he can do whatever he wants in the palace." Fan Xian smiled and said, "It is indeed not good to do whatever I want in the palace. In a moment, when I go to Shufang Palace, I still have to pay attention to my appearance." Chapter 474. In Shufang Palace, Igui Pin was beaming with joy as she watched the two people at the desk. Fan Xian was watching Li Qingping copy a book. Not many people in the palace cared about the contents of the book. The key was in the word watch, and the key was in the teacher-student relationship between Fan Xian and Li Qingping. Igui Pin was not a shrewd and calculative noblewoman. On the contrary, in this dark and gloomy royal palace, she had always maintained the carefree and open-mindedness of a virgin. Because of her purity and truth, she was favored by the emperor and gave birth to the third prince. Given the Qing emperor's style of not caring about the matters between men and women, after the empress gave birth to the crown prince, he probably had no plans to have more children. From this, it could be seen that Igui Pin's personality had indeed suited the emperor's personality. Even the other people in the palace were the same. They always felt that this Gui Pin from the Liu family was full of energy all day, charming and lively, and made people feel comfortable just by looking at her. Like Lady Ning in the courtyard, they were both different in the royal palace. However, this difference of hers was more likable. Even though the Empress Dowager had never been very close to the third prince, because of the power of the Liu family and the Fan family, she did not have any malicious words toward Iguipin. Everyone knew that Iguipin was very lenient and treated people well. She never had any thoughts of harming others. This was the result of 10 years of silence in the palace. Just because she was unwilling to scheme, and had no thoughts of harming others, it did not mean that Iguipin truly did not have her own plans. Otherwise, she would not have used the opportunity of Fan Xian, saving the third prince, to have the third prince take Fan Xian as his teacher, and open up all of the resources in Shufeng Palace to Fan Xian. She knew Fan Xian's importance to Shufeng Palace, so she always tried to win him over when there was no one around. The royal family always kept a close eye on the extended relatives, but Fan Xian had a complicated identity between the relatives, the officials, and the royal family. When Shufeng Palace interacted with Fan Xian, the people in the palace could not say much. The more stable Fan Xian's position in court was, the more stable Shufeng Palace's position in the emperor's heart was. Occasionally, when she thought of Fan Xian's power and the emperor's favor, Iguipin would always feel a bit surprised. The emperor favored his illegitimate child too much. Because of Fan Xian's great favor, it was not that Iguipin had not been wary of certain dangers. However, that caution could not be expressed. Thus, she remained silent and maintained a hearty and flirtatious appearance. It was not until Fan Xian returned to the clan that she truly confirmed Fan Xian's intentions. Boundless gratitude welled up from the depths of her heart. Thus, at this moment, looking at the scene of Fan Xian and her son sitting side by side at the desk, she felt incomparably happy. I heard that you met someone in the hallway at the back of the palace. Iguipin's personal palace maid, Xinger, received a rumor from within the palace and hurriedly told her mistress. Iguipin's heart jumped. She gently beckoned Fan Xian to a side room and opened her eyes. Fan Xian rubbed his slightly sore fingers and said with a smile, "Hong Zhu, that servant, is becoming more and more impudent. Seeing me, he doesn't bow. Even when he walks, he uses his nostrils to look at the road. I taught him a lesson on behalf of the emperor." Using his nostrils to look at the road, this description was amusing and mischievous. Iguipin couldn't resist laughing out loud. However, she immediately restrained her smile and quietly said, "Eunuch Hong is now a popular person in the palace, and the head eunuch in the Eastern Palace. Furthermore, the emperor seems to favor him, and is preparing to have him return to the royal study." She glanced at Fan Xian. Everyone in the palace had, through their own channels, clearly investigated Hong Zhu's promotion and history. They all knew that Hong Zhu was serving in the royal study. Just as he was about to climb up, it was Fan Xian's secret report that caused Hong Zhu to lose his position and be chased to the Eastern Palace. Iguipin knew that Fan Xian and Hong Zhu did not see eye to eye, but Hong Zhu had already climbed up again in the Eastern Palace. The emperor seemed to be regretting his actions in the past. She had to remind Fan Xian that although he was not afraid of this kind of eunuch, as a foreign official, he had to be on guard against the eunuchs in the palace stirring up trouble. Fan Xian shook his head and smiled coldly. How can it be so easy for such a servant who allows his brother to forcefully take over the people's property to return to the royal study? She thought for a moment and then said in a soft voice, "Why bother with the servant? If he truly returns to the royal study, the hatred between the two sides will deepen. I'm afraid it will be inconvenient. Besides, there are rumors in the palace that this eunuch Hong is related to you. After all, your identity is a court official." Eunuchs in Qing Kingdom never had much status. Ever since the founding of the country, it had been strictly forbidden for eunuchs to interfere with government affairs. Light offenders would be expelled from the palace. Heavy offenders would be beaten to death on the spot. However, in the decades since the founding of the country, there had always been one or two exceptions. Old eunuch Hong, who was always resting outside Hongguang Palace, was such a special person. No one knew how many years this old eunuch had stayed in the palace. He was deeply trusted by the Empress Dowager and the emperor. Furthermore, he was a mysterious and powerful figure. If Hong Zhu was really related to old eunuch Hong, Fan Xian would probably be wary of him. However, Fan Xian knew the reason behind this and couldn't resist smiling. He could not tell Yi Guipin, so he could only smile and say, "Aunt, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Yi Guipin saw that he did not care and couldn't resist saying a few more words of advice. Seeing that it had no effect, she angrily went into the back of the room, too lazy to continue talking to this stubborn child. Fan Xian moved closer to the third prince's table and said a few more words. He then left Shufang Palace under the third prince's reluctant gaze. Wen was going to stay the night in the Empress Dowager's Hongguang Palace. No one knew how many days she would stay. Fan Xian and his wife entered the palace, but only one of them had to go back. Walking through the long and gloomy doorway of the Gate of Divine Marshal, he was alone. Looking at the blurry shadow behind him, he felt very unhappy. On one hand, he felt that Wen was indeed very favored in the royal family. On the other hand, he was silently cursing. That old woman only knew about the love between grandfather and granddaughter. She had never thought that he and his wife would be reunited after a long time. He walked out of the palace with a face full of displeasure. He saw the great prince looking at him with a not quite there smile. He couldn't help but say unhappily, "Since the founding of the country, there have not been many commanders of the imperial army and officials of the guards who have stood guard outside the royal palace every day like you. This is not the time for marching and fighting. This is a time of peace. Who are you waiting to see make a fool of yourself by standing guard outside the palace?" The great prince's smile disappeared. He huffed coldly and said, "What joke do you have to see? Do you think Chin'er will lose face if she doesn't return with you? Don't forget, my sister grew up in the palace. You seem to have long forgotten this." After Fan Xian returned to the capital, he had seen the great prince a few times. However, there were always outsiders beside him, so it was difficult to speak of personal matters. Although the two brothers had long formed an alliance that did not need to be spoken of under Chun Pingping and Lady Ning's intimate care, the great prince's position was different. He was the elder brother of all the princes. He did not want to see the crown prince and the second prince be played step by Fan Xian until they became depressed. Thus, there was still some distance between the two of them. "I won't talk much with you today. I have to hurry back to the manor to do some business." Fan Xian looked at the great prince's expression and knew what this fierce general of the army and political virgin was about to say to him. He repeatedly waved his hand. The great prince scolded in a heavy voice, "I don't plan on lecturing you about Chin'er's matter today. However, what exactly are you going to do with that woman in the north?" Fan Xian was startled. Only now did he know that it was another family matter. He couldn't help smiling bitterly and saying, "I say, Your Highness, this is my family matter. Since Wen has married me, there is no need for you to worry about it." At the beginning, he had been slightly jealous of the intimacy between the great prince and Wen. Now that he had the opportunity, he coldly retaliated. The great prince was furious. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said, "Who has the patience to care about you? However, Wang Fei said that you still haven't come to my manor after the new year. She had me come to ask you if you aren't planning on coming." Wang Fei was the great princess of northern Qi that Fan Xian had personally escorted to the south. Fan Xian rubbed his head and said, "Naturally, I have to go to your manor. It will probably be the day after tomorrow." Seeing that he had agreed, the great prince nodded and didn't pay him any more attention. Fan Xian suddenly thought of something and said, "I'll also bring Hongcheng." The great prince was slightly surprised and glanced at him, thinking, "Wasn't Hongcheng grounded because of you?" Fan Xian didn't explain. He only furrowed his brows and said, "Speaking of which, do you still want that manor in Yangsong Alley? She is a proper Hu tribe princess. You can't just leave her in that courtyard to rot, right?" The great prince choked and couldn't speak for a moment. Fan Xian looked at this scene and confirmed that when the Western Expedition Army was on their way back to the capital, this great prince must have had countless stories with the Hu tribe princess, Ma Sung. However, it wasn't good to poke at him again. He raised his hands in a salute and climbed into the black carriage. After returning to the Fan Manor and entering the most secretive study in the triangular area of the garden, He confirmed that there were no eyes or ears around. Even the tiger guards and the servant the emperor had buried in the Fan Manor were far away from the study. Only then did Fan Xian spread his legs and lay comfortably on the low couch. He placed his feet, which were wearing pure wool socks produced by the palace treasury, toward the door of the study. He relaxed and let the steam rise, making his sore feet happy. The pair of boots was placed under the couch. The slip of paper was already in his hand. No one knew about his relationship with Hongzhu. Not even Chen Pingping and his father knew. Even Su Wenmao, who had personally handled the Yingzhou matter, did not know that he was avenging Hongzhu. He would not be able to guess in this direction. It could be said that Hongzhu was the deepest spy Fan Xian had buried in the royal palace. Because of this, the two sides did not dare to take the risk of establishing a regular intelligence system. It would be difficult for any news Hongzhu had to send out of the palace. Of course, the normal news in the royal palace was handled by a few eunuchs that Yi Guipin and Fan Xian were on good terms with, so there was no need to worry about ears and eyes being blocked. Since Hongzhu had taken the risk to send him news, then this news was worth paying attention to. Furthermore, the glimmer of fear he had seen when he entered the palace before the new year made Fan Xian even more curious about the contents of this slip of paper. Fan Xian looked at the slip of paper and involuntarily narrowed his eyes. When he read to the end, he could not suppress the shock in his heart and directly sat up on the couch. When he began to read this slip of paper, he did not think much of it. He felt that Hongzhu was taking too much of a risk. As he read to the end, he finally understood the meaning hidden in Hongzhu's words. He was so frightened that he could no longer lie down. What was written on the slip of paper was very simple. The specific names of the people were also used in a secret language that Fan Xian and Hongzhu had discussed at the beginning. Fan Xian understood it very well. The opening paragraph wrote about a strange habit the crown prince had when he went to bed. He always liked to lift up the clothes of the serving girls and concubines and cover their heads, only revealing their naked lower bodies. The handwriting of the second paragraph trembled slightly. It was clear that Hongzhu was also afraid when he wrote it. It said that in the year Fan Xian had left Jingdou, the crown prince's health had gradually improved. His venereal disease seemed to have been cured. However, his habit of going to bed had not changed. Furthermore, a few times when the crown prince was drunk, he could faintly hear him call out the word, "Aunt," in the moment of ecstasy. "Aunt, aunt." If it was only limited to these two paragraphs, Fan Xian could only use this intelligence report to confirm that the crown prince had endless fantasies about the eldest princess' beautiful appearance and perfect body. Although it was slightly perverted, for Fan Xian, who had experienced countless baptisms of sex in his previous life, it was nothing. What truly scared Fan Xian so much that he jumped up from the couch was the third paragraph in Hongzhu's message. There was only one sentence. He said that in these few months, the crown prince had rarely been close to the serving girls and concubines in the Eastern Palace. Furthermore, he was in good spirits. It was very simple. To a normal person, the last sentence was very meaningless, but it scared Fan Xian quite a bit. Although the words on this piece of paper were taboo, in the eyes of observant people, they would still know who it was talking about. Hongzhu must have seen something or heard something, but he didn't dare write it on the paper. "Aunt?" Fan Xian paced a few times in the study. His lips were a bit dry. Finally, he stopped in front of the low couch. Rubbing his hands together, he crushed the piece of paper into powder. His expression was very strange. After a long time, he cursed in a low voice. "Do you think you're Yanghua?" Fan Xian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. Although Sir Jean and Sir Zhongma had both taught him that the two dirtiest places in the world were the royal palace and the brothel, and the history of his previous life had used the words dirty tang and stinky man to give him some mental preparation. Now that he truly knew about the things in the palace, he, the owner of the largest brothel in Qin Kingdom, still couldn't help but stare dumbfounded and feel greatly shocked. He walked to the side of the table and picked up a cup of cold tea to drink, extinguishing the shock and sense of absurdity in his heart. With great difficulty he finally calmed down. He finally knew where Hongzhu's fear came from. Anyone who knew of such an incestuous story that could not be told to the world, their first reaction would be to be afraid of being silenced. At the same time, he also knew why the crown prince had been so calm recently, and appeared to have a card up his sleeve. It turned out that he had the confidence to make the eldest princess truly abandon the second prince, and turn to support him. But what if the eldest princess was playing with the crown prince's feelings? Fan Xian suddenly thought of this, and immediately shook his head, giving himself a light slap. Such a big thing. What exactly was he thinking? Did he have to think for the second prince? He had to reap the most benefits from this information. However, he still couldn't help but think of the scene in Guangxin Palace. He involuntarily shivered. He was indeed uncomfortable in his heart. For one, he strangely felt that it was not worth it for the eldest princess. How could the foremost beauty in Qin Kingdom, a peerless beauty who had not shown any signs of her youth fading away, use her body as a weapon? Even though there had always been rumors in the streets that the eldest princess kept many handsome men, Fan Xian still unconsciously did not want to believe this. The second reason he was unhappy was that no matter what was said, the eldest princess was his mother-in-law. The crown prince, that little bastard, had an affair with his mother-in-law. What would happen to his father-in-law's hat in Wuzhou? What the f***ck was he? Fan Xian stood by the table with his fists tightly clenched. There was a wave of unreasonable anger in his heart. This was clearly a piece of news that he could use to make a big deal out of, and directly bring down the crown prince. However, it did not make him happy at all. He kept feeling that he had been taken advantage of by the crown prince. At the same time, he was angry at Hongzhu's daring. He didn't know if the little eunuchs kneeling on the ground had seen a corner of the paper he had stepped on. If this matter got out, it would be difficult for Fan Xian to protect him. He was silent by the table for a long time. He finally shook off that absurd feeling of failure and anger. He took 2 deep breaths, and decided to make good use of this shocking news. However, if he couldn't talk to Hongzhu face to face, and act from inside the royal palace, it would be impossible to maximize the influence of this matter. After all, he couldn't have the 8th Bureau of the Overwatch Council go into the marketplace to spread rumors. The eldest princess had an affair with the crown prince? Fan Xian didn't want to risk the emperor's anger, or the empress dowager's embarrassment turning into anger, and investigating the Overwatch Council to throw out these rumors. He had to have the emperor or empress dowager personally discover this scandal in the palace. He made up his mind to make a good plan. At the same time, before he left the capital, he had to discuss all the details of the plan with Hongzhu and Fan Xian. When it came to plans and conspiracies, Fan Xian, who was skilled in assassination and little tricks, did not have much confidence. He immediately thought of his most capable assistant, the white-clothed young master. He immediately walked out of the study, passed through the back garden, and got into the carriage. He didn't even hear the sound of the edict being announced from the front yard of the Fan Manor. The carriage drove to the Overwatch Council's gray and black square building. Fan Xian hurriedly jumped off the carriage. His leather boots stepped on the remaining snow piled on either side of Tianhe Avenue with a whoosh. As he walked into the council, there were Overwatch Council officials he bumped into along the way, who bowed with faces full of shock and made way. These officials looked at the commissioner's gloomy expression and hurried footsteps. They all wondered which major figure in the capital was going to be unlucky again. Pushing open the door and entering the secret room, he was not surprised to see a young official wearing thick, plain-colored clothing, sitting behind the table beside the black cloth by the window. In the entire Overwatch Council, the only person who didn't like to wear official robes, and had the right not to wear official robes, was the present head of the 4th Bureau, the acting representative of the Overwatch Council, Yin Bingyun, or Sir Yin Jr. Fan Xian threw the robe he was wearing onto the chair, and closed the door. Looking at the black cloth on the window, he furrowed his brows. He walked directly to the side of the window, and pulled down the black cloth. The light from the sky outside, and the reflection from the remaining snow immediately poured into the gloomy room, brightening it up. The sudden strengthening of the light pierced Yin Bingyun's eyes. He unconsciously raised his hand to block it. "You're not Director Chen," Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said. There's no need to always hide yourself in the dark. Yan Bingyan lowered his hand and shook his head helplessly. This piece of black cloth had been placed on the window of this secret room for many years. It had already become the Overwatch Council's most unique scenery. Who would lightly touch it? Only the commissioner would not take Director Chen's intentions to heart. Fan Xian looked at Yan Bingyan's slightly pale face and haggard expression. He couldn't help but shake his head. Chen Pingping did not care much about the present Overwatch Council. Fan Xian was also too lazy to care. Everything was piled on Yan Bingyan's shoulders. Looking at his appearance, he probably hadn't had a good night's sleep in many days. A faint apologetic feeling welled up in Fan Xian's heart. He walked to the window and narrowed his eyes at the royal palace in the distance. What exactly does the director mean by using such a black cloth to cover it? Yan Bingyan didn't say anything. Fan Xian looked at the majestic royal palace in the distance and suddenly had a glimmer of doubt about his decision to come to the Overwatch Council to find Yan Bingyan. That matter involved the dignity of the royal family and the future of the Qing kingdom. Sir Yan Jr. had always placed the interests of the court as the highest standard. He turned his head and glanced at Yan Bingyan. He truly did not dare to take this risk. There are two flaws. Before I wrote two things incorrectly. It should be that Chen Piping is older than the emperor. Also, King Jing is older than Yunrui, just a little older. Shamelessly apologizing. As for the problem of the crown prince not entering the ranks of the princes, I said it this way in the past. As for whether or not this setting is good and reasonable, that is another matter. However, I like to play this way. There is no problem of writing the third prince and forgetting the crown prince. There are only 4 in total. I have 5 fingers and can count them all. Perhaps it is not reasonable, but I don't care. As for Li Yunrui, it was said before that Yunrui gave birth to Wan'er at 15. When the Jingdo incident happened, Yunrui was only 12 or 13. I think all young girls are pure pearls. As for the hide and seek that King Jing mentioned, it was a lie. Such an important matter could not be overheard by playing hide and seek in the royal palace. As a member of the royal family, King Jing had his own difficulties. He was the most helpless person. He only reminded Fan Xian of the Qin family matter, but he could not tell Fan Xian everything. King Jing only needed a reason to tell Fan Xian, and Fan Xian accepted this reason. A smart person would not ask too many questions. I wrote this very carefully, so there should not be any problems. King Jing is not very old. Some friends say that he does not look like the old gardener. It feels wrong. That is another problem with my setting. Originally, I wanted to write about a decadent prince. His first love died early, so he indulged in sensual pleasures. He was born early and had children early. His hair turned gray early, and he aged early. From this, it can be seen that men should cherish their relationships and not fall in love early. There are many flaws in the book. I will admit this, but even if I admit it, I am afraid that I will not have time to correct them. After all, this is not a thesis. I do not have the ability and energy to write every day. It is very tiring. Please understand. I am very grateful. Thank you all for reading, correcting, and understanding. After writing so much nonsense, it would be stupid not to ask for votes. Stretch out your right hand. If you love China, if you love monthly votes, please vote monthly. P.S. This paragraph does not count the number of words. P.S. This chapter was originally going to be called Shocking Secret News, but then I felt that it was too common, even though I am very common. P.S. The Philips TV in my living room that has accompanied my family for 14 years is finally broken. Does this count as me crying about being poor out of habit? Chapter 475. Fan Xian was silent for a long time. In the end, he gave up on the idea of having Yan Bingyan arrange this matter. For one, he had to ensure Hongzhu's safety. For another, he knew of Sir Yan Jr.'s loyalty to the Qing court under his cold exterior. This kind of risk could not be taken lightly. He looked at Yan Bingyan's not-so-healthy complexion and furrowed his brows. Turning around, he placed his finger on Yan Bingyan's wrist and paused. Yan Bingyan's heart was slightly surprised, but his face remained icy and did not have any reaction. "Why is your body so weak?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, I heard you haven't returned to the manor these days. Yan Bingyun casually tidied up the files on the table and replied, There are over 30 Jingdo officials locked up in the celestial prison. Every day, there are people going to the Supreme Court to cry out their grievances. They are also in a rush to sort out what happened. With both sides pressuring me, how could I have time to leave this courtyard? Fan Xian noticed the tidiness of the secret room, including the files on the large wooden table. They were also organized neatly. He couldn't help but smile. This room is even cleaner than when the director was here. It looks like you are indeed used to this line of work. Yan Bingyan also felt a bit tired. He stretched out 2 fingers and forcefully rubbed the skin between his brows until the white skin had completely turned red. Only then did his spirit recover a bit. Go back. Fan Xian looked at this scene and shook his head. Yan Bingyan ignored him and took out another file to read carefully. His head was slightly lowered. In a quiet voice he said, You wanted to beat up the second prince and beat up so many people. Someone has to deal with it. You and the director both like to slack off. But the Overwatch Council can't rely on a group of lazy people to support it. Fan Xian heard a glimmer of resentment and smiled instead. Yan Bingyan seemed to be very uncomfortable with Fan Xian staring at his work. A moment later, he closed the file and raised his head. Although the second prince's power in court has been completely uprooted by you, I want to remind you of one thing. What is it? You only removed the branches and leaves by the second prince's side, Yan Bingyan calmly said. Yan Bingyan said calmly, Your axe wasn't able to cut through the thickest tree beneath him. Fan Xian knew that Yan Bingyan was talking about the Yi family, which was far away in Dingzhou but could reach Jingdo in 5 days. The Yi family worshipped a great grandmaster. Ever since the second prince and Yi Linger had married, the second prince had, without question, gained the support of the eldest princess and the towering Yi family. The night attack in Jingdo this time only wiped out the second prince's core officials in court and the martial power he carried with him. It did not cause any damage to the Yi family. As long as the Yi family remained firmly established in Dingzhou, the second prince had not suffered any true harm. Fan Xian sighed and felt somewhat helpless. He had originally hoped to use the 3 city-guarding crossbows he had seized during the attack in the valley to drag the Yi family into the water. No one would have thought that the Northern Qi Emperor's private letter, a greeting from tens of thousands of li away, would force the Qing court to stop the investigation. It made it impossible for Fan Xian to frame the Yi family, even if he wanted to. Let's talk about the Yi family later. Yan Bingyan glanced at him and furrowed his brows. The second prince's foundation is in the Yi family. Because of this, his reliance on the eldest princess has decreased. This was the brain Fan Xian relied on the most. His words were endless and penetrated deep into Fan Xian's heart. For no reason his heart jumped. Thinking of the top secret information he had learned today, he began to smell a different scent. Regardless of whether the eldest princess had openly supported the crown prince or secretly supported the second prince, that crazy and powerful woman's methods were so that when her 2 nephews ascended to the throne in the future, they would still be under her control. The eldest princess, Li Yunrui, was a powerful figure with broad foresight. What she wanted was not small. Presently, the second prince had the Yi family as his support. His reliance on her had decreased. This meant that if the second prince ascended to the throne in the future, it would be much more difficult for her to control him from behind the scenes. Could it be? Thinking of this, Fan Xian's heart jumped. He immediately smiled coldly and said, The crown prince does not have much of a future. In the end, the second prince will still be beaten down. Yan Bingyan glanced at him suspiciously. Although the Overwatch Council had never participated in the battle between the princes, this invisible rule had been gradually broken ever since Fan Xian had taken over the Overwatch Council. How could Fan Xian be so sure that the emperor still favored the crown prince, whom the empress dowager particularly loved, had no chance at all? Fan Xian would not explain anything to him. He furrowed his brows and said, Send a message to Su Wenmao and Xia Qifei. Have them prepare to pull in the net. Yan Bingyan stared into Fan Xian's eyes and said, The Jiangnan matter is within our grasp, but to strike down in one stroke, it seems there is no certainty. After all, the capital is watching, unless there is a sudden major change in the situation in the capital. Fan Xian smiled. He knew that his unintentional words had made the meticulous Sir Yin Jr. guess something. He explained in an even voice, "It is just preparing ahead of time. Even if the situation in Jingdo does not change in a year, the emperor will not be able to continue tolerating the Ming family matter." Yan Bingyan heard that it was the emperor's intention. Only then did the doubt in his heart lessen slightly. He asked, "To what extent do I have to pull it in?" Fan Xian was silent for a moment, his mind slightly wandering. The complicated arrangements in Jiangnan this year, as well as the dangers hidden under the beautiful weather, were like scenes flipping in front of his eyes like a trotting horse lantern. The heads of the 3 workshops of the palace treasury, the corpses that covered the mountains and plains of the little island, Ming Qingda fainting in the palace treasury, the lawsuit in the Suzhou government, the old Ming matriarch's accidental suicide, the 6th Ming master's imprisonment and murder, the 7th Ming master's sudden appearance. The Ming family was already a grasshopper in his hands. But to what extent he still needed Fan Xian's approval. The wealthiest family in the world is not much cleaner than the royal palace, Fan Xian said to himself in his heart. He quietly said to Yan Bingyan, "Pull it in to the end. Arrange for the people in the money house to do things. Other than that, you can kill a few people in Ming Garden." Hearing the words money house, Yan Bingyan knew that the big chess piece he had buried for a year was finally going to move. The money house that came from the Shen family and Dongyi in name had been arranged by Yan Bingyan. Naturally, he knew how to deal with the Ming family. However, he had never found out the true source of the silver in the money house. Looking at Fan Xian, he finally couldn't resist lowering his voice and saying, "I don't care where the Jiangnan money came from, but I would like to ask you to pay attention. Please don't let it be Northern Qi." Hearing Yan Bingyan guess correctly, Fan Xian would not admit it. He said self-mockingly, "Don't forget who my mother is. Other than the palace treasury, she still has to leave me some silver to spend." Yan Bingyan shook his head and believed Fan Xian's explanation. After all, everyone knew how strong the Yi family's foundation was. Sitting in the carriage on the way home, Fan Xian felt a sense of loss in his chest. It was not because he had made a wasted trip to the Overwatch Council and did not dare have Yan Bingyan participate in the matter in the royal palace. Rather, it was because he had finally confirmed that for Yan Bingyan and the other young talents of the Qing kingdom, the interests of the Qing kingdom and the emperor, as well as the glory of unifying the world, were the truly supreme standards. Yan Bingyan had always done his best for Fan Xian, because everything Fan Xian did was in line with the interests of the Qing kingdom. Once Fan Xian truly became that kind of role in the future, how would he view the commissioner with whom he had such a deep friendship? Fan Xian knew this was inevitable. After all, everyone lived in their own time. He had the experience of his previous life, so he could see the differences between the countries in this world more lightly. However, he could not demand this of others. That was an unreasonable demand. Yan Bingyan's role by Fan Xian's side had always been a bit unclear. He was not a member of the Qinian unit, but he was Fan Xian's trusted aide. He had participated in most of his actions, particularly the planning in Jiangnan last year. After Fan Xian clearly realized this, he made up his mind. As for his deal with Northern Qi, it was best not to let Sir Yin Jr. touch the deepest core. However, there was an important and urgent problem that had not been resolved on this trip to the Overwatch Council. How could he connect with Hongzhu? Fan Xian sat in the carriage and propped his chin on his elbow. His brows were furrowed tightly. Unexpectedly, when he returned to the Fan Manor, he heard an unexpected edict. He immediately acutely realized that if he wanted to confirm this matter with Hongzhu, tonight was the best opportunity. The edict did not come from the emperor. Rather, it came from the long-silent Empress Dowager. The Qing kingdom governed the world with filial piety. The emperor was a role model for tens of thousands of people. Although this Empress Dowager was mostly silent, no one dared to underestimate the true influence of this old woman. The Empress Dowager's edict had arrived the moment Fan Xian left the manor. It was a special edict to summon Fan Xian into the palace. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian had secretly snuck out. The eunuch delivering the edict could only wait. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and listened to Lady Lu's quiet words by his ear. He glanced at eunuch Yao, who had long waited anxiously. He couldn't resist smiling. Given his ability, if he wanted to sneak into the royal palace, unless Uncle Wu Zhu was by his side, he wouldn't have the confidence to hide it from old eunuch Hong's eyes and ears. If he stayed in the palace tonight, it would be much easier to meet with Hong Zhu. Furthermore, he was a man. He could not stay in the rear palace. He could only find a room in front of the royal palace. It would also be more convenient to do things. However, he still didn't understand why the Empress Dowager was so anxious to summon him into the palace. After he and Wana left Hongguang Palace hand in hand, Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh awkwardly. Only now did he understand that the old woman wanted him to enter the palace to force him, and wanted to go to Guangxin Palace to visit his mother-in-law, the eldest princess. The Empress Dowager didn't want her descendants to be in a mess. After Fan Xian returned to the capital, he entered the palace a few times, and always avoided the eldest princess. This reality made the Empress Dowager unhappy. She decided to use the power in her hands to make up for the cracks between the younger generation. Taking advantage of Waner being in the palace, she summoned Fan Xian into the palace. It was already dusk, and the royal palace was dim. Waner glanced worriedly at Fan Xian's expression and pouted. "I don't want to go to Guangxin Palace." Fan Xian forced a smile and comforted her. "After all, the eldest princess is your mother. No matter what, you have to see her." Although he said this, his heart gradually sped up. Lin Waner looked at him seriously and said, "I know you also don't want to see mother. How about we sneak out of the palace?" Fan Xian couldn't resist laughing in spite of himself. "Be careful of the Empress Dowager killing you and me, two ignorant little bastards." Not far in front of them, the door to Guangxin Palace had already opened a corner. A few serving girls were submissively waiting for the arrival of the two of them. Technically speaking, Fan Xian and Waner were half-masters of Guangxin Palace. However, this strange world had long made their relationship with the palace cold and strange. Fan Xian smiled warmly and glanced at the serving girls. His eyesight was very sharp. With a glance, he could tell that these serving girls were similar to when he had first entered Guangxin Palace. They all had powerful cultivations. Passing through the corner of the palace door, a light wind hit him in the face. The wind was very cold. Fan Xian thought of the woman in the palace and couldn't help but shiver. "Yichun, come here. Let me see." The eldest princess, Li Yunrui, welcomed them from outside the hall. Although her tone was forcefully maintained calm, Fan Xian could still hear a slight strangeness. He raised his head in surprise and saw the eldest princess staring at her wife beside her in a daze. Waner bit her thick lower lip. Her palm gripped her husband's hand and refused to let go. Fan Xian gently patted the back of her hand to give her enough encouragement. Waner composed herself and walked forward. She bowed slightly toward the beautiful woman in palace attire on the stone steps and quietly said, "Greetings, mother." Her voice was very low and thin. It was indescribably unnatural. The eldest princess stared in a daze at her own daughter. Her slightly hopeful expression abruptly calmed. She lightly said, "How have you been?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows and coughed uncomfortably. Moving closer to Waner's side, he smiled and said, "Greetings, mother-in-law." The eldest princess looked at him. A strange smile rose to her beautiful face and said, "You still know to come see me?" For some reason, the eldest princess and Waner appeared a bit cold, but she spoke very casually to Fan Xian. Fortunately, with Fan Xian's interruption, the atmosphere on the stone steps relaxed a bit. The eldest princess held Lin Waner's hand and stood side by side on the stone steps. She gave a few orders to the serving girls in the courtyard and prepared to walk into the hall. Fan Xian raised his head and looked at the two women on the stone steps. He found with amusement that Waner did not look much like her mother. However, he didn't know how the eldest princess took care of herself. She was still so young. The two of them stood in a row. They didn't look like mother and daughter. They looked more like sisters. However, although Wanner was married, she still could not shed some of her youth. The eldest princess had long bloomed, and had not withered for years. She was like a blooming peony, eye-catching. Guangxin Palace had long arranged a banquet. There were no outsiders. It was just the eldest princess and the young couple. After talking for a while at the banquet, Wanner finally relaxed a bit. Adding to the mother-daughter nature, the gaze she used to look at the eldest princess also became gentler. The eldest princess seemed to be very happy with Wanner's change. Her voice also began to show a real gentleness. At some point, she sighed and faintly said, "In your eyes, I'm afraid I have done a terrible job as a mother." The rims of Lin Wanner's eyes reddened. Tears were about to fall. She had grown up in the palace. Although she was loved by the Empress Dowager, how could a girl not miss her mother? Hearing such gentle words at her mother's side, her heart was a mess of emotions. She didn't know what to say. Fan Xian sat below and looked at the mother and daughter sitting side by side. He smiled slightly. Of this pair of mother and daughter, one was the foremost beauty in Qin Kingdom. The other was the foremost beauty in his heart. Looking at them now, how could it not be pleasing to the eye? However, he had to gloomily admit that his wife was indeed not as good-looking as his mother-in-law, particularly the eldest princess. Her beautiful appearance, red lips, and bright eyes were still the same. Her long hair, like a black waterfall, was coiled up as before. Compared to the past, she revealed a rare glimmer of true emotion. She was not as delicate and timid as the legends said. On the contrary, this made her exceptional beauty more vivid. The voices of the two women at the banquet became softer and softer. They also became more and more at ease. He was not surprised to see this scene, because he still had confidence in human nature. No matter how crazy the eldest princess was, she was still a mother. In Fan Xian's view, this incompetent mother was no different from those brainless middle school girls who gave birth in the bathroom in his previous life. After all these years, she should have felt some guilt and come to her senses. The serving girl behind him filled his cup to the brim. He drank it all in one go. There was a trace of burning pain in his throat. The taste of this Wuliangye was indeed incomparably mellow. However, why did it make one feel depressed and lost? The gaze he used to look at the eldest princess did not change, but the emotions in his heart began to churn. He kept thinking, why did such a beautiful woman walk such a path in life? I'll say a few words casually. Naturally, it doesn't count. Yesterday, when I looked at the book review and comments section, I felt that it was very strange. That's because I wasn't mentally prepared for such a huge commotion. It was comparable to the two waves of Cici and Begonia. I really didn't expect it, because in my opinion, everyone should have been mentally prepared for so many things to happen. From this, it can be seen that being mentally prepared does not mean accepting the fact that it happened. Well, it couldn't be helped. Not every fairy-like woman with a lot of scenes would be pushed down by the male lead. At least this time, I wouldn't write it that way. I never considered the possibility of Fan Xian pouncing on my mother-in-law. I apologize to Yogurt for this. As for the crown prince and the eldest princess, I don't think there is anything worth making a fuss about. What kind of person Li Yunrui is a very clear picture. Her past is too clear. And I will never gather everything in the name of love like Odin did. Although I have love, I do not have love for characters like the eldest princess and Peggy. For those who do not like this plot, please skip to read it. For those who find it hard to accept, they can only wave their handkerchiefs with tears in their eyes and say goodbye. Brother Tianhua, we will read the next book. We are all friends. I scratched my head, but I really did not expect such a strong reaction. As for those who repeatedly posted and threatened to not vote or read it, and spat vulgarities, I like the monthly votes, and the subscription is what I need to survive. Of course, the two are important, but please do not threaten me like this. This kind of action will only make your fingers sore. It is useless. I am very timid. I will naturally feel repulsed, and then become more determined. I write a story for everyone to read, but it will never satisfy everyone's interests. Maybe some people think it is too evil because of the mess in the palace. Maybe some people think I am too pure because I did not let Fan Xian and his mother marry. To be honest, This is a story I wrote. Although the main purpose of writing this story is to earn money, this money must be earned by oneself. And I think that seriously writing the book according to my own ideas is a kind of sincerity. It can make one feel at ease. As a writer, you should have this kind of awareness because no one will give you 5 million, even if it is not in US dollars. Chapter 476. Yesterday, I said a lot of sincere things about myself. And then there was the call to take it off the shelves in the Chidian message box. As for the strength of the people's struggle, I feel very gratified. Gratified my ass. No matter how reactionary I am, I won't fall to the level of Carrefour. However, I can only shrug my shoulders and not bow. As the main antagonist, of course, I have to continue playing this role well. There are many happy things in life. Blackbelly's writing about Hai Tang makes me very happy. In a moment, I will post it in the public area and let everyone play with it. I can't say any more useless words because another reader has expressed strong dissatisfaction. I also don't like to talk. I'm just long-winded, and my mood is indeed not good. Is that okay? In grief, the coldness outside Guangxin Palace seeped in strands, trying to forcefully change the name of the palace to Sister Chang'e's residence. However, with the red candles at the side and the warm fragrance rising, the wine strong, and the spring overflowing, this kind of plan was ultimately just a delusion. Fan Xian watched the eldest princess and Wanner speak softly. The smile on his face gradually grew. He was no longer as wary and awkward as when he first entered the palace. The eldest princess was still as beautiful and alluring as before. Even though Fan Xian clearly knew of the matter Hongzhu spoke of, other than shock, he felt a strong displeasure toward the crown prince. At least, looking at the foremost beauty in Qing Kingdom, the young son-in-law could not form too many feelings of disgust in his heart. Of course, this kind of emotion in itself was a wonderful thing. He gently put down his wine cup and smiled self-mockingly. He thought to himself, the eldest princess is also a pitiful person. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. This eldest princess was the Empress Dowager's most beloved youngest daughter. She was a powerful figure that the emperor had relied on as his right arm these 10 years. Particularly for Fan Xian, hidden under the gentle and beautiful appearance of this beauty in palace attire was a venomous tongue, a liquid that could kill without spilling blood. When he was 12, Fan Xian welcomed the eldest princess's first assassination attempt. After they entered the capital, the two sides became even more entwined in schemes and blood and fire, unable to extricate themselves. However, during these years, Fan Xian's power had gradually expanded while the eldest princess's power had grown weaker by the day. The eldest princess had long acknowledged that her son-in-law was an opponent worthy of her attention, but Fan Xian's two most direct opponents of conflict in the Qing kingdom, the crown prince and the second prince, were actually just pawns thrown out by the eldest princess. Fan Xian clearly knew that since his rebirth, the true enemy of the entire world was the beautiful woman in palace garb in front of him. The eldest princess was Fan Xian's most powerful opponent. Thus, during these years, the Overwatch Council had gathered all of their intelligence centers in Xinyang and Guangxin Palace. Fan Xian understood the eldest princess even better than she understood herself. This was a question on a psychological level. He could acutely sense the eldest princess's complicated gaze toward that woman in the past, and even her strange feelings toward that woman. If it wasn't like this, it couldn't explain the strange political situation in the Qing kingdom after the Yi family was destroyed. A hateful person must also have a pitiful side. However, Fan Xian would not give a glimmer of pity to the eldest princess. In this aspect, he was colder and more heartless than anyone else in the world. Just as he had said countless times in the past, only when you are drunk do you know the weight of life. Only when you are dead do you know the weight of life. He wanted to live. Whoever didn't want him to live had to die in front of him. How was Jiangnan? The eldest princess gently stretched out her jade arms and slowly put down the wine cup. It was winter, and although there were bamboo charcoal stoves in the palace, the temperature was not high. The eldest princess was also wearing winter clothes that were a bit thick. But even with this kind of clothing, It still covered up the curves of her body and that alluring aura that was everywhere. Wanner had already fallen asleep. The serving girls carefully came out of the back of the palace to give their orders. They then retreated out of the palace and closed the doors. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly, but did not say anything to stop them. After all, the eldest princess was her mother. It was not convenient for him to say too much. Jiangnan is very good. The scenery is good, and the people are not bad, Fan Xian replied with a smile. Mother, if you have the time, you can visit Hangzhou sometime. Although it was particularly awkward to say the words mother, he had no other choice. I went a few years ago. Now the scenery is the same, but the people are very different. What need is there to go again? The eldest princess left the banquet. As she walked out of the palace, she spoke mockingly. These words were referring to the palace treasury that had originally belonged to her and had now been completely taken over by Fan Xian. Fan Xian did not leave his seat and paused slightly. A moment later, he respectfully said, "Living in this world, one has to see the people, and one has to see the scenery. People are always like flowers chasing water. Every year is different. The scenery stands tall in the world, but it will not change for 1,000 years. A person's life is short, but they can see the changing scenery of tens of thousands of years. This is what I think is important." The eldest princess turned her head to look at Fan Xian. She tilted her head slightly and revealed a trace of a smile on her face. "What do you want to advise me about?" "I don't dare," Fan Xian replied with a pained smile. The eldest princess smiled slightly mockingly and said, "There are very few things in this world that you don't dare to do. However, trying in vain to use words to weaken my will is truly a very stupid thing to do." In front of the Empress Dowager, Li Yunrui was a well-behaved and even somewhat stupid daughter. In front of the emperor, Li Yunrui was a precocious and even somewhat abnormal assistant. In front of Prime Minister Lin, Li Yunrui was a timid and even somewhat pretentious beauty. In front of the princes, Li Yunrui was a gentle and even somewhat seductive woman. In front of her subordinates, Li Yunrui was a charming and enchanting mistress with a wave of her hand. Only at this moment in Guangxin Palace, in front of her good son-in-law, Fan Xian, Li Yunrui was nothing. She was only herself, the purest of herself. She did not use any expression or charm or timidity, but she made no attempt to hide it. She calmly faced Fan Xian with her original appearance. Perhaps these two people both knew that the enemy was the one who understood them the best, so there was no need to make any useless concealment. Thus Fan Xian was not shy. He smiled warmly and only said straightforwardly, "Time is a passerby of 100 generations. Heaven and earth are the reverse journeys of all things. I don't dare to persuade you of anything. I just feel that life is bitter and short. There is always a great deal of happiness to pursue." Without waiting for him to finish, the eldest princess cut him off and coldly said, "What kind of thing is an immortal poet? You can defeat one knife or two. Open your eyes and see clearly who is standing in front of you. Don't always think that by saying some unbearably sour words and smugly showing off a few seemingly philosophical words, you will be able to solve all problems." These words were spoken normally, but the pride and disdain in them appeared particularly sharp. At this moment, there were no outsiders present, so the eldest princess revealed her truest side. "Don't always think that women are creatures whose emotions surpass everything else," the eldest princess said coldly. "You said in what you wrote yourself that men are all a pile of mud. Since that is the case, don't pretend to be a piece of jade in front of me." Fan Xian had nothing to say. He could only smile bitterly and listen. The eldest princess walked to the side of the palace door and lifted the cotton curtain. Standing on the stone steps, she looked at the quiet night of the royal palace around her. It was not good for Fan Xian to continue sitting at the banquet. He could only stand and follow her out, wanting to hear what this mother-in-law had to say. "See clearly who is standing in front of you." The eldest princess did not turn around. Her slightly thin body in the cold wind made one's heart tremble for no reason. It was as if it contained an infinite amount of crazy thoughts. "I am not a stupid girl like Haitang," she said. "I had thought that the North had finally produced a decent woman. Who would have thought that she would still be a commoner? Fan Xian was speechless. He could only smile bitterly and think, who dares to compare to you? In this world where men were superior to women, it seemed that only this eldest princess dared to do what others did not dare and compete with men. In all areas she competed with men. Fan Xian faintly understood that the eldest princess did not take those things seriously at all. Yes, it was like this. The heavens were about to cry. He scratched his head awkwardly. Facing such a woman, he felt his hands and feet bound. He had no idea how to respond. You should know why Mother summoned you to the palace and the banquet tonight, the eldest princess said calmly. You and I both know, so there's no need to say more. Just hide it a little more. I don't want Mother to be too sad and disappointed. Fan Xian bowed to the ground and said sincerely, I will obey. Obey? The corners of Princess Royal's lips slowly curled up, and the faint red curve of her face was particularly charming under the night sky. I have to admit that your ability is beyond my initial expectations, and you are her son, which surprised me even more. No wonder I couldn't kill you or make you move in these 2 years. His Majesty dotes on you, and the old guys love you. It's just a pity. You're just a stinky man after all. Fan Xian smiled and said, This is a problem of hormones and secretion. The eldest princess started slightly. For the first time, other than determination, there was a glimmer of uncertainty and doubt in her enchanting eyes. She immediately shook off Fan Xian's purposeful act and coldly said, You're just like your mother, always having so many new words. Fan Xian's heart jumped. Calmly he asked, You've seen my mother? The eldest princess was silent for a moment and then said, Nonsense. When she first entered the capital, she lived in King Cheng's manor. How could she not have seen her? It's impossible not to see her. Speaking of this, the eldest princess's eyes softly narrowed. Slowly she said, I admired her very much. It could even be said that I was jealous of her. In the end I looked down on her. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and smiled calmly. I don't think you have that right. These words were very bold, but the eldest princess was not angry at all. Lightly she said, In many people's eyes it is all so. Even though I have assisted my brother since childhood, and done so many things for the Qing kingdom, as long as I am compared to your mother, no one thinks I am the best. But, the eldest princess coldly said, I still look down on her. Without waiting for Fan Xian to speak, she suddenly laughed somewhat nervously. Because in the end she died. Fan Xian's heart jumped slightly. He didn't know if he could confirm the final truth of history today. However, the eldest princess's following words made him slightly disappointed. And I did not die, the eldest princess said coldly. Who can predict the future? Will I be able to do better than her? She turned around and stared at Fan Xian with eyes as soft as the moon and mist. Quietly she said, In the end, she did not unite the world. Do you think I can do it? Fan Xian was watched by these two gazes. He forced himself to maintain his calm. After a long silence, he slowly said, Evaluating a person is not necessarily based on territory and the records in the history books. He suddenly thought of the letter he had seen that rainy night, and said absent-mindedly, Just like my mother. She did not help the Qing kingdom unite the world. Who knows if she couldn't do it, or if she didn't care to do it? The eldest princess was slightly startled. A sliver of her guard finally appeared. With a glimmer of dissatisfaction she said, Things that can't be done are considered to be not worth it? Just as you said earlier, life is only a few decades. If you want to leave a lasting mark on the hearts of later generations, if you don't rely on the history books, what else can you rely on? My mother did not leave a single word in the history books. Fan Xian looked deeply at the eldest princess and said, I think you understand why. But you cannot deny her existence in this world because of this. Regardless of whether it is the products of the palace treasury or the Overwatch Council, they are all telling the world something. One day, the history books will be forgotten by people, and the yellow paper will be swept into the trash heap. But the true changes to this world will always be preserved. After the eldest princess heard these words, she was silent for a long time. She then quietly said, You're right. I have not caused any true changes to occur in this world. She paused and then said self-mockingly. Other than causing the borders of the countries under heaven to continuously change, the land of the Qing kingdom has continuously expanded. Even if you conquer tens of thousands of li of rivers and mountains, you will still be a bun after death, Fan Xian said seriously. Although the eldest princess had mercilessly mocked him countless times earlier, he still said these seemingly trite words. The eldest princess no longer looked at him. She looked at the quiet scene in the royal palace and said, "Your way of thinking is different from most men in the world. Some men, it is because they are cowardly and incompetent that they gloriously say they have come to terms with it and are indifferent. However, for a man like you, who already has sufficient status and possibilities, to not want to establish a career and leave a name in the history books, it is truly rare and cowardly." Fan Xian smiled and replied, "Perhaps Nji knows that he does not have this kind of ability. It is not always possible to see someone as talented and bold as the emperor." After saying this, he carefully glanced at the eldest princess. The eldest princess did not look at him. She looked at the corners of the royal palace. It was as if she had sunk into a strange emotion because of someone in Fan Xian's words. "I am a person with a strong desire for power," she said after a long silence. After a long silence, she said, "But this doesn't mean that I like things like power. I only need power to achieve a certain wish, and this wish is something that you people can never understand." Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. The eldest princess suddenly raised her hand and took in a few breaths of warm air. Her actions were as cute as a young girl's. She smiled slightly and said, "Women can also do things. I have always wanted to prove this point. Why is it that men always use women in this world? Why can't women use men?" The most beautiful woman in Qing Kingdom finally said to Fan Xian, "This is something I learned from your mother. I have said before that I looked down on your mother, because in the end, she still could not escape the fate of women being used by men. You can go. I am tired. There shouldn't be a second time for this kind of conversation." Fan Xian lowered his head and bowed. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the soft curve of the eldest princess's side profile. He thought about the words the eldest princess had said and smiled slightly. He thought to himself that perhaps this was the unchangeable norm of the battle between men and women. Even if it was her, wasn't it also a reaction after being used by men and not being able to change? The eldest princess looked calmly at his back. She hoped her words would be able to plant that poisonous flower in Fan Xian's heart. Shortly after, she raised her head and looked at the night sky above the royal palace. Her fingers moved slightly, as if she was recalling a certain curve. Furrowing her brows, she wondered which palace brother the emperor would spend the night in. There was no pity, no emotion, no reflection. Fan Xian directly left Guangxin Palace. Under the light of the eunuch's lantern, he headed toward the front of the royal palace. His back was a bit wet, not because of fear, but because of some complicated emotion. He couldn't help but think of the first time he entered Guangxin Palace to massage the eldest princess. At that time, his 2 fingers had stopped at the temples next to her beautiful hair, constantly worried that he would be assassinated in the palace. Thinking about it now, Fan Xian at that time had been very naive in terms of politics. The present Fan Xian understood that politics was dark, dirty, and bloody. It was the most untouchable taboo in the world. However, from the moment he was born, he had been tightly embraced by these things. Thus, he had to do it more thoroughly than anyone else and hide it better. The eldest princess was very calm tonight. Fan Xian knew that just like how the gentler the smile on his face, the thicker the murderous intent in his heart, the calmer the eldest princess' expression, the crazier she became. Walking toward the front of the city, Fan Xian watched the dim yellow lantern in front of him sway slightly. He was calm to the point of coldness as he analyzed everything he had seen and heard tonight. As for the poison the eldest princess wanted to plant, Fan Xian had actually planted it a long time ago. He had just hidden it well. How crazy would the eldest princess be? Was it as his father-in-law in Wuzhou guessed? Fan Xian still didn't understand where to find such an opportunity. He suddenly remembered that the eldest princess had not mentioned a word about Lin Ruofu, who was far away in Wuzhou. Given Fan Xian's understanding of that old matter, the eldest princess might not necessarily be heartless toward Prime Minister Lin. Her actions tonight were indeed a bit strange. It looked like that woman had indeed changed in recent days. Substitute. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and quietly muttered to himself. He looked similar to the second prince. Strangely, he didn't look like the emperor at all. On the contrary, the crown prince, who had always been a bit weak, vaguely looked like the emperor. "Sir, what kind of substitute?" the eunuch leading the way asked fawningly. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Trash." There was a special place to rest in the royal palace. It was far from the inner palace. A dozen years ago, when the emperor had been busy with government affairs, he often worked through the night to handle state affairs. At that time, the prime minister and officials also had to wait in the palace and often didn't have time to return home. Thus, the emperor had issued a special edict to vacate an area in the front of the city for these officials to rest. Presently, Qing Kingdom was in a period of peace and prosperity, and there were temporarily no worries on the borders. The palace was no longer as busy as before, and this place had been quiet for a long time, until Fan Xian moved in today. Before long, Fan Xian had already left the manor. Borrowing the shadow of the tall city walls, he moved forward silently like a ghost. He grabbed a handful of snow from under the palace walls and carefully wiped away the faint scent of sleeping incense on his fingers. Increasing his speed, he headed in the direction of the 9 pine trees. Traveling alone at night in the royal palace was indeed a very risky matter. However, Fan Xian knew that if he acted according to normal thinking, he would only move out in the dead of night when the defenses in the palace were the tightest. Although it was already night, there were still many people in the palace who had not gone to sleep. It was safer to travel unexpectedly at night. His destination was a corner of the royal palace, near the 9 pine trees. This area was still within the boundaries of the royal palace. It was where the washing station was when it was first built. Later, there were more and more eunuchs in the palace, and many residences were built along the washing station. Only then did it gradually become a place for eunuchs to live. The washing station also had a restricted entrance to the outside of the palace. Although it was still guarded by imperial guards, it was, after all, a place where eunuchs and serving girls lived together. It was crowded with people, so the security was much more lax than other places. The officials who took the risk to deliver items into the palace often went through this place. Fan Xian's contact with Shufang Palace was basically through this channel. However, he was not going to sneak out of the royal palace tonight. He was going to see someone. To see Hongzhu. Chapter 477. The Qing royal family had always been very strict with the management of the eunuchs. Among the many rules, there was an absolute order that absolutely did not allow the eunuchs to buy residences outside the palace. This was to ensure the privacy and safety of the nobles within the palace, and make it easier for the imperial soldiers and guards to control them. It was also to prevent the eunuchs who had the means to buy residences from colluding with the officials in court. However, the eunuchs with status would never lack for silver. Since they could not buy residences outside, they could only put effort into where they lived. Thus, in this seemingly poor area of the laundry workshop, one could still find a dozen very eye-catching mansions. The eunuch's individual courtyards stood calmly and proudly in the bustling laundry workshop. It was already late at night. Hongzhu had properly arranged the matters in the Eastern Palace. He separately knelt to the Empress and the Crown Prince to say his goodbyes. He then led a few trusted eunuchs toward the laundry workshop. Not far from the inner palace, those trusted eunuchs carried out a bamboo sedan chair from somewhere and invited him to sit in it. In the inner palace, Hongzhu did not have the courage to put on airs. Once he left the inner palace, he would not refuse such things that he should enjoy. However, sitting in the swaying bamboo sedan chair, his expression was not very good. Those eye-piercing little red lumps shrunk in the icy wind. His mood was also a bit gloomy. He forcefully hid the glimmer of fear and unease in his eyes. He said a few words to the eunuchs beside him, and scolded them a few times, telling them to serve the two in the Eastern Palace well. The fear in his heart disappeared a bit because of the scolding. Only then did he feel slightly more at ease. Entering his own little courtyard, he muttered a few words, and then entered the room. He sat on the round chair beside the Kong. The style of this round chair was exactly the same as the one old eunuch Hong used to sunbathe outside Hongguang Palace. He had specially asked someone to make it. Every time a eunuch came to the courtyard to do business and saw this round chair, they would think of the relationship between young eunuch Hong and the old eunuch and feel vigilance and respect in their hearts. Hongzhu was very proud of his skill. He sat on a chair and slowly sipped a pot of hot tea in his left hand. A 13 or 14-year-old eunuch respectfully knelt down and helped him take off his shoes. He then fetched some hot water to warm his feet. Feeling that pair of small hands carefully rubbing his feet in the wooden basin, Hongzhu developed a strange feeling. It was somewhat satisfied, somewhat proud, and somewhat sad. His family had once been a gentry family and had produced a few jinshi. However, it had been destroyed by the official Lian family, which caused his life to become what it was today. If such a tragedy had not occurred, Hongzhu thought to himself, given his age, he would probably have passed the spring examinations and begun his official career. Each time he thought of this matter, he couldn't help but feel sad, then angry, and then sincerely grateful to Sir Fan Jr. outside the palace. Hongzhu was not an ungrateful person. It was said that a scholar would die for those who understood him. He had always thought that although he did not have that thing between his legs, his heart was still that of a scholar. His fingers slowly rubbed the granules on the surface of the purple clay teapot, but his thoughts were not on this wonderful feeling. He thought of the matter he had taken the risk to tell Sir Fan Jr. He didn't know what kind of disaster this matter would bring to him. He had been afraid for many days. It was not until Sir Fan Jr. returned to the capital that he felt a little more confident. He would leave such a terrifying matter to Sir Fan Jr. to handle. Perhaps he would gain some benefits from it. It could be considered his repayment. As long as the matter did not implicate him, it was fine. Hongzhu's fingers suddenly trembled. He stuck out his tongue to moisten his lips that had become dry from nervousness. In a dry voice he said, "You can leave. I'm a bit tired. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me." The 13 or 14-year-old eunuch with delicate features took out a dry rag and wiped eunuch Hong's feet clean. He giggled and said, "Eunuch, do you want to call Xiao to help you massage them?" Hearing these words, Hongzhu was slightly startled. He immediately thought of the serving girl's soft body and fragrant wet tongue. A warm current surged in his lower abdomen, but it could not go to where it should go. Involuntarily, his expression darkened slightly. In addition, he was afraid that these words would be heard by the person in the room. He scolded angrily, "Get out! What Xiao and Xing?" The little eunuch didn't know why his eunuch was angry. With a sullen face, he left the room and carefully closed the door to the courtyard and room. He then went to the side room to sleep. "Xing, that is Iguiping's trusted serving girl. How dare you have designs on her?" Fan Xian walked out from the inner room and laughingly scolded. "Look at your little life. It's even more comfortable than mine. You've gradually become more daring." With a sullen face, Hongzhu said, "Don't embarrass me, I really don't have much courage." He glanced at Fan Xian probingly and smiled. "Besides, that Xinger lady, isn't she my person?" Fan Xian jumped in fright and scolded in a low voice. "Die! How dare you say such preposterous things?" Hongzhu smiled apologetically and closed his mouth. This little courtyard was to the southwest of the laundry workshop. The terrain was relatively quiet. Earlier, Fan Xian had circulated his jinshi to listen. There shouldn't be anyone eavesdropping around. It was relatively safe and convenient to speak. He was afraid that Hongzhu would be too shocked by that matter. So the moment he opened his mouth, he first said a few naughty jokes. He sat at the foot of the Kong. The lights in the room could not cast his shadow outside from this angle. Hongzhu carefully looked around and lowered his voice. "Sir, I knew you were staying in the front of the city today, so I guessed. However, this place is also not safe. It's best to leave quickly." Fan Xian nodded and glanced at him. In a low voice he asked, "Are you sure?" Hongzhu's expression immediately changed. His lips trembled for a while. He looked around fearfully and nodded a moment later. Keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone. Although Fan Xian knew that Hongzhu was not that stupid, he still reminded him worriedly. Furrowing his brows, he said, even if you cover it until it's rotten, don't talk too much. When you're sleeping, it's best if there's no one beside you. Not even that Xiaoer. Hongzhu shivered and thought to himself, F***ck, this is too extreme. Who can control something like sleep talking? In reality, Fan Xian was also a bit angry at this moment. There were too many things to consider in between how to turn this hot potato into a stone that could hit people. His main purpose in visiting Hongzhu tonight was to confirm this matter face to face. The follow-up arrangements could not be made carelessly right away. He was silent for a moment and then said in a low voice, regardless of what you do next, there is one thing you have to remember. First, you have to remove yourself from this matter. Don't let anyone find out that you have anything to do with this matter. This is the first condition, Fan Xian said seriously. As long as there is even the slightest possibility that it involves you, then don't move. Hongzhu nodded silently. He had long known that if he sold this information to Sir Fan Jr., Sir Fan Jr. would certainly use this information, and he would certainly become an important part of the other party's actions. From the very beginning, he had put his little life in Fan Xian's hands. The kindness of dozens of lives in his clan was repaid with his life. It was nothing. Hearing Fan Xian's concern for his safety, he felt more and more moved in his heart. The candlelight in the room swayed for a moment. The light and shadow were slightly blurry. Fan Xian called Hongzhu to his side and quietly said something in his ear. The more Hongzhu listened, the brighter his eyes grew. However, there was still undisguisable fear and alarm in that brightness. However, this kind of fear and alarm could not defeat the future rewards. Like the officials in court, the eunuchs in the palace also had to secretly suppress the Zhuang family, particularly eunuchs like Hongzhu, who had already climbed to a certain level. Starting from a year ago, because of Fan Xian's secret actions, Hongzhu already had no choice but to suppress him in Shufang Palace. Right now, it is inconvenient for us to contact each other. We have to find a way. Fan Xian finished explaining some things and furrowed his brows. But we can't go through the middleman. There are still some details that I have to go back and think about. Before I return to Jiangnan, we have to see each other again. In the first month, when can you leave the palace? 22. Hongzhu swallowed and lowered his head. The Empress doesn't like the embroidery color that Jiangnan sent as a tribute last autumn. She asked for an edict to order a batch from Dongyi. This is a profitable business. The Empress bestowed it to me, so I can go out that day. Fan Xian nodded and confirmed the time for their next meeting. However, a thought flashed through his mind. He realized that the Empress truly doted on Hongzhu, this eunuch. He looked at the pimple on Hongzhu's forehead and unconsciously glanced at his crotch. Shortly after, he laughed silently at himself. He had seen too many shady things in this gloomy and heavy palace. He couldn't help but want to think about everything 3 ways down. However, this was impossible. The checks to enter the palace were too strict. On the land of the Qing kingdom, it was impossible for a story like Wei Xiaobao's to appear. Fan Xian didn't dare stay in Hongzhu courtyard for long. In the end, he gave a few more careful warnings and left. It was a long time after he left that Hongzhu came back to his senses. Looking at the empty corner of the Kong and the lights in the room, he was confused. The door to the room and courtyard hadn't even been opened. How did Sir Fan Jr. leave? He really is amazing. Hongzhu slapped his thigh and silently sighed in admiration. For some reason, the large stone that had been pressing down on his heart suddenly became much lighter after Fan Xian's arrival. Perhaps he had told this massive secret to another person and split it in half. Perhaps he felt that a godlike figure like Sir Fan Jr. would certainly be able to handle this matter. He had a lot of confidence in Fan Xian. He felt that he could finally have a good night's sleep. With a relaxed expression, he blew out the lights, took off his clothes and burrowed into the thick blankets. Although Xiaoer's youthful and beautiful body was missing from the blankets, young eunuch Hong still felt very happy. However, Fan Xian's confidence in Hongzhu was not full. He had 3 methods of controlling Hongzhu. One was to help his family get revenge. Another was to give his brother in Jiazhou countless benefits. What he truly used to tie down Hongzhu was still affection. In this world, everyone was different. Some people could be bought with money. Some people had no ability to resist in front of beautiful women. Fan Xian confirmed that Hongzhu was a very special little eunuch. He was sincere and chivalrous. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to become a nail in Fan Xian's hands in order to repay a favor. He also would not have occasionally curried favor with old eunuch Hong. However, a person's personality and nature would always change according to the environment they were in. Hongzhu was no longer that bitter child running for his life in the mountains. He was also no longer a little eunuch who was bullied by others in the palace. He was the head eunuch in the Eastern Palace. He was deeply favored and trusted by the empress, the emperor's favorite, and the eunuchs and serving girls in the palace fawned on him. Circumstances changed one's temperament. Vanity could melt one's bones, and greed could cloud one's heart. Who knew if, in the future, he would not be unable to resist the temptation of profit and quietly lean to the other side. No one knew that Hongzhu was one of his people, so it would be very easy for the other factions to accept him. If they were playing around, of course, Fan Xian would be happy with this state. If Hongzhu really did something, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he had this secret. Fan Xian was very grateful for this secret. Regardless of whether or not it could bring him any benefits in the future, at least this shared secret could make it so that Hongzhu would never be able to leave him again. At least until the eldest princess and crown prince fell from power. Returning to his residence in the front corner of the royal palace, Fan Xian carefully confirmed in the darkness that the little trap he had set when he left had not been broken by anyone. It looked like no one had come to disturb him in these short hours. Stretching out a finger, he brushed away the strand of black hair and rubbed something on the noses of the two sleeping eunuchs. He then sat on the bed and took out a bottle of royal wine he had picked up along the way. He sprinkled some by the side of the bed and sat in a daze for a while before falling asleep. Sitting in the carriage, Fan Xian couldn't resist turning his head to glance at the thick red walls of the palace. Unconsciously, he wanted to get as far away from the royal palace as possible. He had entered the palace too many times. Each time he entered, it was like the first time he entered the palace to visit the various ladies. He could feel that cold feeling. It had nothing to do with the weather. It was just cold, thin cold. He hated this smell in the royal palace, so he hated staying in the royal palace all the time. He sympathized with the emperor, who had always been locked up in the royal palace. For the same reason, he did not want to be emperor. This was not being pretentious, it was the truth. In his previous life, a post on a certain forum had described the inhuman pain of the emperor's occupation. Thus, Fan Xian wanted to maintain his right to choose his own career. This was probably the biggest conflict between him and Shen Pingping. With 100,000 strings of silver tied around his waist, riding down to Jiangnan, carrying the emperor's sword on his back, and controlling the power of the world, perhaps this kind of life was not bad. Of the four great grandmasters, Yi Liuyan's life was the most relaxing. However, he still needed the Juanshan Conference's silver and meticulous service. But Fan Xian didn't need it. Immersed in his beautiful imagination, Fan Xian tilted his head and glanced at his wife. Lovingly and gently stroking the hair on her head, he said, "In a few years, the world will be at peace." A few years. Wanner pulled up the corners of her lips and forced a smile. "I hope so. How did your talk with mother go?" Lin Wanner looked at the Jingdo Street scene outside the carriage window and suddenly asked this question. Fan Xian started slightly and warmly said, "We chatted for a while, but there wasn't anything of substance. You looked very tired yesterday and went to sleep so early. It wasn't good for me to stay too long." "I was pretending to sleep," Lin Wanner calmly said. "If I didn't sleep, it wouldn't be convenient for you two to say anything." Fan Xian was silent for a long time. Only now did he understand that his wife was giving him and his mother a chance to negotiate and see if they could reach a compromise. However, there was already too much blood on their hands. It would be difficult to wash them clean and carry out a second handshake. Feeling her husband's silence beside her, Lin Wanner suddenly felt that her spirit was lacking. Her body felt weak. In a quiet voice she said, "What should we do?" Fan Xian silently pulled his wife gently into his arms. He didn't know what to say. Wanner did not refuse his embrace. She tilted her head and gently leaned against his chest. A trace of indifference and hopelessness appeared between her brows and disappeared in a flash. Tears began to roll down like pearls. They formed a line and soaked Fan Xian's clothes. It was not that Fan Xian had not considered the problem of what to do. However, the situation had long been set. He could try to destroy the second prince's ambition, but he did not have a glimmer of hope that he could convince the eldest princess to leave the stage of this world. Either you die or I perish in the struggle. Naturally, Wanner, who was caught in the middle, was the most pitiful person. Fan Xian clearly knew this, but he could not change anything. He held his wife tightly in his arms. For some reason his heart also began to ache. A year ago, Wanner had reminded him that perhaps his mother would once again join hands with the crown prince. Thinking back to the past, Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh in admiration at his wife's sharp intuition. He knew that it was not that Wanner did not understand the turbulent undercurrents under the Qing kingdom's golden age of peace. She was caught in the middle and could only remain silent. Always silent, so silent that it seemed to have disappeared. Because of this, Fan Xian felt increasingly guilty and apologetic toward his wife, because he could not say anything. He could not even give her a promise. In his arms, his wife was crying silently. Fan Xian gently used his thumb to wipe away the tears on her face. Raising his head to look at the scenery outside the window, he thought to himself that even if a person had two lives, there were still many things that could not be changed and many wishes that could not be fulfilled. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.